500 marks. Nice. Nice, that's a lot of money.
want to seem untoward to the receptionist out front. Richard doesn't think anything of this and tells Tony to go ahead and shut the door as Richard takes off his jacket and sits down at his desk to start his day. It is then that Richard looks up from his desk to see that Tony has pulled his arm out of the sling to reveal a .38 caliber revolver now pointing in Richard's face. Tony then throws open the department store box to reveal that it was hiding a shotgun and metal wire. Tony demands for Richard to stand up as he ties the metal wire around his neck, across the shotgun, and onto Tony's finger. And with that, the hostage crisis of the dead man's line began. But there's a lot of backstory I need to cover to make any of this make sense. Why did Tony Karitzis walk into this office on the morning of February the 8th and hold the director of the company hostage? Well, to understand that, you need to understand the relationship between Tony Karitzis and Meridian Mortgage. And to understand that relationship, you need to understand Tony. Tony was born on August the 13th of 1932 and from the get-go had a pretty rough life. According to Tony's family, from a young age, Tony's father was quite mean. He would often yell and hit the young Tony, which instilled in the child a sense of violence. While the rest of his family seemed to be loving and caring, it created a sort of dissonance in the man. As he grew up, people who knew Tony said that he was either on your side or against you. If he was your friend, then he was your friend through and through, and was someone who you could count on and would always have your back in a fight. But if he didn't like you, then he was always someone who was going to start a fight. And one of the cases this was the most apparent was within Tony's own family. Tony seems to have a lot of different odd jobs, working on a business for a few years before moving on to something else. For a period of time, his family owned a trailer park, and Tony worked at said trailer park. However, this seemed to cause tensions between him and his brothers to become stiff. In 1968, an altercation occurred when, for whatever reason, Tony fired a gun at his brothers. He was arrested for this, but eventually, all charges were dropped. Only a year later, in 1969, when Tony wanted to get out of the trailer park business, he apparently held his own sister hostage to receive the payout from his family. Now, depending on which family member you ask, the story's different. According to that sister, Tony just showed up mad, had a gun, and demanded that the rest of the family pay him what Tony felt he was owed. Whereas if you ask those family members who made the payment, he was holding their sister at gunpoint for 2 days before they gave him money.
This guy's EP, but he doesn't seem like it.
So Tony's family paid him out $55,000, and Tony moved on to his next business venture. After a couple years, Tony located a piece of property in Indianapolis that, according to him, a buyer was interested in putting a strip mall on. So
almost
Tony's
lost my hardcore character.
is that he was going to buy the land and then set up a deal with the business owner to collect a percentage of profits that the strip mall would make. Tony used the money from the trailer park to do this, but couldn't afford
he was a nasty
the total
fucker.
amount that the land would cost, so he
But
went
I
to
lived.
a mortgage. He made a deal with M.L. Hall, again the owner of the company, and in that deal, Tony was loaned $130,000 to purchase the property. Now, according to the people at Meridian Mortgage, Tony was not the kind of person that they would typically loan $130,000 to. However, M.L. Hall, again the owner of the company, had struck up a friendship with Tony. So they gave him the loan, and again, all of this was expected to be paid off as the strip mall was developed and Tony began
I didn't want to run.
However, that strip mall was never developed. And
I want to run
it seemed
northeast.
Every time Tony had a prospective buyer, the deal fell through. Now, the reason for this is debated, and don't worry, Tony will debate it for us as this altercation goes on. But for one reason or the other, a business was never developed on the land, and Tony had nothing to show for it. And, as you could imagine, couldn't afford payments on the loan. After 4 years and multiple extensions from Meridian Mortgage, he was given a hard date of March the 1st to make a payment. In the months leading up to this, things between Tony and the Hall family had gone from friendly to not so friendly. Several times, screaming matches would devolve between Tony and M.L. Hall, and on one instance, Tony had to be escorted out of the business. Obviously, Meridian Mortgage felt that they were reasonable in expecting payment for the loan, and Tony would disagree, but we'll talk about the nuances of that later into the video. All you need to know for now is that Tony was mad enough at this ordeal that he is now standing in M.L. Hall's son, Richard Hall's office, with a shotgun tied to his head. We're going to see as the video goes on that Tony had this whole situation very planned out down to the last detail. But one of the early instances we can see to prove prior planning of this whole ordeal is that for several of Tony's last visits, he had mentioned that he was going to have surgery done on his arm. And as we can see from this incident, that entire story was false as a way to sneak a revolver in a sling without it seeming suspicious. As we're going to see over the course of this video, several of Tony's actions are absolutely extreme, but they're also deliberate. So Tony is mad enough at Meridian Mortgage that he now has Richard's son held hostage. So what does he do? Well, the first thing he does is call the police.
Yes, sir. You'll have to speak up. Is this the police?
I missed some of this, and I'm going to go back a little bit.
But people who knew Tony said that he was either on your side or
yeah, this is right about where
if
I
he
was.
was your friend, then he was your friend through and through, and was someone who you could count on and would always have your back in a fight.
Oh, he was a good person.
But if he didn't like
that
you,
sucks.
then he was always someone who was going to start a fight. And one of the cases this was the most apparent was within Tony's own family. Tony seems to have a lot of different odd jobs, working on a business for a few years before moving on to something else. For a period of time, his family owned a trailer park, and Tony worked at said trailer park. However, this seemed to cause tensions between him and his brothers to become stiff. In 1968, an altercation occurred when, for whatever reason, Tony fired a gun at his brothers. He was arrested for this, but eventually, all charges were dropped. Only a year later, in 1969, when Tony wanted to get out of the trailer park business, he apparently held his own sister hostage to receive the payout from his family. Now, depending on which family member you ask, the story's different. According to that sister, Tony just showed up mad, had a gun, and demanded that the rest of the family pay him what Tony felt he was owed. Whereas if you ask those family members who made the payment, he was holding their sister at gunpoint for 2 days before they gave him money and agreed to not report it to the police. So Tony's family paid him out $55,000, and Tony moved on to his next business venture. After a couple years, Tony located a piece of property in Indianapolis that, according to him, a buyer was interested in putting a strip mall on. So Tony's idea was that he was going to buy the land and then set up a deal with the business owner to collect a percentage of profits that the strip mall would make. Tony used the money from the trailer park to do this, but couldn't afford the total amount that the land would cost, so he went to Meridian Mortgage. He made a deal with M.L. Hall, again the owner of the company, and in that deal, Tony was loaned $130,000 to purchase the property. Now, according to the people at Meridian Mortgage, Tony was not the kind of person that they would typically loan $130,000 to. However, M.L. Hall, again the owner of the company, had struck up a friendship with Tony. So they gave him the loan, and again, all of this was expected to be paid off as the strip mall was developed and Tony began to make money. However, that strip mall was never developed, and it seemed every time Tony had a prospective buyer, the deal fell through. Now, the reason for this is debated, and don't worry, Tony will debate it for us as this...
Oh, come on!
But for one reason or the other, the business was never developed on the land, and Tony had nothing to show for it. And, as you could imagine, couldn't afford payments on the loan. After 4 years and multiple extensions from Meridian Mortgage, he was given a hard date of March the 1st to make a payment. In the months leading up to this, things between Tony and the Hall family had gone from friendly to not so friendly. Several times, screaming matches would devolve between Tony and M.L. Hall, and on one instance, Tony had to be escorted out of the business. Obviously, Meridian Mortgage felt that they were reasonable in expecting payment for the loan, and Tony would disagree, but we'll talk about the nuances of that later into the video. All you need to know for now is that Tony was mad enough at this ordeal that he is now standing in M.L. Hall's son, Richard Hall's office, with a shotgun tied to his head. We're going to see as the video goes on that Tony had this whole situation very planned out down to the last detail. But one of the early instances we can see to prove prior planning of this whole ordeal is that for several of Tony's last visits, he had mentioned that he was going to have surgery done on his arm. And as we can see from this incident, that entire story was false as a way to sneak a revolver in a sling without it seeming suspicious. As we're going to see over the course of this video, several of Tony's actions are absolutely extreme, but they're also deliberate. So Tony is mad.
Oh, come on!
He now has Richard's son help. So what does he do? Well, the first thing he does is call the police.
Yes, sir. You'll have to speak up. Is this the police? Yes, sir. This is a dire emergency. A real serious thing. I've just taken a prisoner. Not a crank call.
See, Tony isn't interested in just killing Richard, and he also isn't interested in just taking him hostage and then making demands to him personally. Tony has a plan, and for that plan to work, he needs an audience. So Tony, while holding Richard at gunpoint, makes a call to 911, a call which lasts about 50 minutes. Over the course of this call, we start to see things that are going to become more apparent as the story goes on. For example, Tony's extreme emotional swings, from being super buddy-buddy with the police and almost apologetic that he's doing this.
I'm very, very concerned about this man's wife and his mother and his 4 children. I don't want this kids to be terrorized. I really am concerned about that.
Angry and furious and seeming like he's going to kill Richard at any second.
So if anybody dies this way, I'm going to take mine with me. I'm going to have my revenge.
So, as you could imagine, police begin to fill into the first floor of the office building in downtown Indianapolis, evacuating as many people as they can. Eventually, a police officer hears yelling coming from the 4th floor and makes his way up the staircase, quickly being followed by another officer. And the two of them find that after the phone call ended, Tony has made his way into the front lobby of Meridian Mortgage with Richard at gunpoint. The cops pull their guns on Tony, who then pulls his own revolver back on them, again with the shotgun still tied to Richard. And the police quickly realize...
God damn it, I realized I couldn't eat food, and you've moved my food off my bar while I was sleeping, piece of shit developer. I have never put a honing stone on my bar. I've never done that. Why have you removed my food off my bar, piece of shit developer? I don't know, your code's all crazy and low IQ like you. That's why. I don't know. Where did my food go, piece of shit developer? Come on, you know I did not put that food on the bar. It's something with your code. I did not put a honing stone on my fucking bar. I never have, never will. Don't fucking say I did. Piece of shit. Waste 5 minutes of my life with that bullshit. So stupid. This run, it's worth doing. I want to get it done. God, did I go the wrong way? Yes, I did. Oh my god. It's fine. Just go. Just go. It's fine. It's fine. They probably can't get up that. I don't care. I don't want to go up that. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Go up that. Whoa. Is it going to kill me? I don't know. I don't know. Go. Go, 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 go. What? What? Okay, I don't even know. I don't know. It glitched or something. I don't know what's going on. Nope. Out. I went the wrong way. It's part of it's that. That's fucking with me really bad too. Gotta stop that. Your fucking incompetence with goddamn Google. Piece of shit software. Fucking cocksucking developers. Fucking retards with your fucking idiot ass code. Your fucking spaghetti code. Asshole. Don't take my shit off my bar again. Actually, hitting the mob isn't that bad of an idea because they'll just chase me. Ah! Why? I'm so close, god damn it. And follow them. Ugh. Can't move. Maybe they'll die, maybe they won't, but they definitely got me some headway here. This is why I kept trying, is because I kept hoping for something like this. God damn it. This is entirely too much mobs. Fuck. Oh, you let go, you let go. I would have rezzed you. You fucking moron. No, you can't. You can't. You can't. I better follow him. He wants to follow me. Yeah, cut the path for me. Oh god, no, 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 I gotta go further, I gotta go further. I'll come for the chest, I want the fucking teleportal. Raise Soul Warden banner. So I'm gonna get the teleportal. Alright, well I got it. It's fucking sweet. 3 ancient coffer. Concealed vault. Wait, I could go the wrong way here. Yeah, that's the way, isn't it? Yes it is, yes it is. Oh good, I got it, and I can stop doing this now. Yay. Okay, that's all of the portals in... No, it's not all the portals, but it's all, most of the portals... Ooh, ancient coffer right here. I didn't know there was a chest on this teleportal. I'm just going to come to this every day. Jesus Christ. Well, good. So, gotta go do that, but first I want that. So we'll do the crow's nest, I guess, because that'll be a fast drop. Gotta make sure I'm not dying. Yeah, just fight the wasp, I guess. I love bringing enough meds because it feels like I can just stay out here. It doesn't really matter. I wasted my 7-minute buff, which is kind of stupid, but I mean, its main thing was to keep me alive, and it did its job. For some reason, that Tinkerer, it was like roided, and it was ready to take my life. Even with all the meds in the fucking 2-hour, damn near killed me. That fucking god was so roided. Roided is a term we use to describe when a mob is just not like they'll check as some level. Like that mob checked as a level. He was a level 15. I'm a level 19. While 15's kind of high, yeah, that is sort of high. He shouldn't have kicked my ass like that. He was only EP. He shouldn't have taken a chunk of me like he did. It was crazy, and I saw it, and I immediately just met it in 2-hour because I was like, he is going to kill me. He's roided. You have to get good at like, you know, like seeing what your eyes are telling you as opposed to what the game told you. The game told you that he should be easy because he's easy prey, but then he comes across like you're fighting like a tough. Tough is above even, like, so it goes easy prey. Or it goes 2 weak, easy prey, decent challenge, tough. I'm sorry, even match, and then tough, and then and so he was an easy prey, but he came across as a tough. He came with more killing power than a tough. He was gonna waste me. We call that roided. There's a word. There's even a word for it in the Final Fantasy XI community. When the game tells you something, but the mob's fucking capability is just not, you know, as weak as that. It's just not as weak as that. The mob is roided. It's for some reason it's not holding up to what the easy prey says it should, or whatever. You know, whatever you check it, and the game gives you an appraisal of how hard that mob should be for you with your current gear and all that stuff, and like, you know, it'll lie to you. We call that roided, and that's why I dumped a 2-hour and an X potion and a fucking thing. But and granted, he did kill me down to half my bar before I realized that he was on me. But I mean, like, that doesn't matter. He still is EP. He still should have only been able to do like 40% more of my bar, but he did like 90. He did 90. He shut me down to another half, and like fucking damn near wasted me and shit. He did 90% to my fucking bar when an EP shouldn't be able to do that. Most EPs only take 20% of your bar, but that guy was what we call roided. It is something that Square Enix put into the goddamn code to ensure that you fucking die, which is why the only reason I'm willing to do hardcore, I had to sit there and think about it for a couple of weeks. I sat there and thought about hardcore, and I was like, oh no, there's 2 prospects here, yeah. I want to go to Bez. You guys aren't going to fuck with me, so whatever, yeah. Locotus of Borg and an EvE Hustler, yeah. I'm just here. I'm not messing with you guys. I want you to approach the Bez like I fucking told you to. Approach the Bez like I told you to. Are you DC'd or what? Yeah, you are DC'd. Am I dead? What's wrong with you? Am I DC'd? No, I'm not DC'd. Okay, there we are. You are not working. Need you to approach as I told you to. Whoa, lag bot. Whoa, lag bot. I don't know what the hell that was, but if anybody comes ganking, they'll go for those prospects, which is good for me. Oh, yeah, bad lag for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know, but I'm not the one taking risk, so whatever. You are fucked. I don't know what your problem is. My signal's good, so I don't know. Where'd you come from, buddy? Oh, I AFK'd, so you materialized on top of me, huh? Is that what the piece of shit developers did? Because there wasn't a ghost when I alt-tabbed. Anywhere near me. But when I alt-tabbed, oh, yeah, sure, 5 seconds later, I got a ghost up my ass. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I believe it. I guess I just didn't see him. Or maybe he was just dead. He was probably dead. Frankly, he was probably just dead. He probably spawned as I was standing on his pop. Come on, man. Ah. Up. Go. Up. Go. Go before the ghost gets here. Go. Go up there. Go up there right now. Nope. Heavy rain every day for, I don't know, 10 days or something. It's so annoying. Some days I don't even get out because the rain. It's fucking annoying. Okay, here's the last teleportal of Shat Mountain. We're going to the next quest, which is way over there. Looks like a city run. I mean, yeah, city run will take me right to it. Yeah. Okay, how we doing here? Rest. You will not target this. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. I think I'm gonna dock up. That sound is annoying me so much that I'm going to quit out. Yeah, I'm going to quit out. I'm going to tell you to... I'm going to force you to let me quit out. Stop now. Stop now. Yeah. Stop now. Yep. Stop now. Thank you. Come back in 15 minutes. I haven't seen that happen in a while. Purple tree is too high, huh? Nope. It's okay, this stuff's good. Okay, so let's go kill that gob, I guess. Nice. Silkweed. This Silkweed is like glitched. Or I'm DC'd. I don't know. No, I'm not DC'd. That Silkweed's glitched. That's spin fiber or something, isn't it? It's like different. Yeah, spin fiber's different. Yeah, I'm gonna get back on EvE now. I just don't really want to lose my character. gonna get my daily for killing Angry Earth, which is good. Oh, can't see my thing because of Eve. Yeah, I saw you. Am I being shot at? No. Sit. Maybe I should just keep the sheepskins. I would have had like a stack by now. It's alright. Get probably half a level here, and then I'm only a level away. Gonna ding 65 today, I think. Definitely. It's good in time because the end of the month looms. I'm gonna keep balancing New World and Rust and EVE and FFXI and stuff. But actually, I kind of suspect that New World will go to the wayside for a little while, and I'll be able to log in it, which is cool, because one of the things that I realized about Star Citizen that makes it so attractive is it's not on EAC, I don't think, or it might be. It might be on EAC, I don't know that for sure, but I don't think so, because it's not on Steam. I don't think what's it called, Star Citizen has any rules at all, which is kind of stupid. And with no EAC, it makes it an attractive MMO for me because they're almost all EAC. It's fucking stupid. Like WoW isn't, which is nice, but most of them are. Oh, Connor MK invited me to a PvE group. Why? I don't think so. Huh? No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Headed out. I gotta teleport back to that one. Yeah, I kind of wandered. Yep, I'm learning that the meds really make me feel fucking safe. They're, like, really safe. Like, genuinely, like, the game's easy. As long as you have meds, the game's easy. And so the real challenge is, do you have enough money to buy meds? And that's something I can't say yes to. And if I don't have the money to buy the meds right now, I can sit there for a couple of days and make the money to buy the meds. It's something I can definitely do. A lot of people can't actually say that they can make the money. That, like, they can't. They'll go to grind and they realize that they can't. Why are all these mobs linked? It's so annoying. I walked way south so I could sit for a while, and I don't know why I did that. I should just walked east where there's no mobs. If you walk to a wall, generally you're okay. Here's a huge wasp. I'll take him. Oh, how's... Yeah, EvE, right? I logged in, but, I mean, what's going on with EvE?
Connecting.
Those prospects will get scuttled right the fuck away. But, I mean, they don't care, I don't think. Yeah, these guys are still here. I don't want to go to the one that they're at. I'll be the bait for them. I don't need to say it. They can see that I'm doing it. Why are all the mobs linked? All of them. Every mob I've come to is standing on 2 or 3 other mobs. Why? Ugh, you're so annoying, you and your fucking piece of shit design. You put them all too close to each other. It's so stupid. Fine, I'll grind onions. It doesn't really matter. Pop aggro and link. Don't forget, pop aggro and link. Always, no matter what. Fact of life, pop aggro and link.
I can't.
I have 15 infused health potions. That's good. Oh, am I? No, yeah, I'm 60 now, huh? So I can use these, huh? Oh, good. Okay, potion upgrade. Yay. Yeah, no, use those regens too while I have them. Yeah, 751 out of 955. I guess my inventory is a thing. Nice, that was a good fight. Good XP off these, actually. I am at about to be 20.
I have mixed feet.
Even in dead places. Oops, did I pass something? Oh no. Yeah, I did. I kind of passed my turn. Not anymore, console. We'll always play. Nice. Yeah, you know, I've been thinking about how I'd like to put my other monitor back on this computer and see if it has problems. And I think I'm going to right now. He's right. Like, I've been thinking about, like, I want another monitor out here, I think, and I've got an HDMI just sitting there. I don't know. Do I? I think I need another serial, though. I'm not sure. And I have a feeling the New World will hold my interest for many more months. But I think I want to main learning Star Citizen because I think the 2560 1440 representation of Star Citizen on this card might be really good, and I can always run New World on GeForce Now in the background, and it takes no like bandwidth off my PC almost at all. And I can even also buy an Ultimate Xbox subscription coming up in December. And yeah. And so yep. And so yearly yearly might be interesting because then I can also run Fallout 76 on the Xbox. I think I can run Xbox Ultimate will run, I think, although no I can run like 76. I guess it would be I just use the slot kind of for both New World and 76 and Rust, and I can always have Rust running in the background while I play Star Citizen. And that's actually that's probably the ideal. That's probably the ideal mix, and I'll run hauling in really base ass ships, and I'll just I'll autopilot everywhere and do the land. I'll learn how to do the landings really well. Ooh, elite chests, nice. Are these guys doing this or what? Nice wooden coin, but none of those, man, that loot does not feel as good. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. It says defeat corrupted. Okay, well, let's run a buff. Yeah, eat a buff, and we'll do like a focus buff, strength by 10, intelligence by 10, intelligence by 10, dex, con. We'll do a con buff and a food buff, and that, and then I want to open those, whatever that was. Am I full? Yes, I am full.
Warp drive active.
I'm done here and I can leave out west, so I'm going to. I like that there's a pile of bricks right there. It's actually really smart.
Accepted.
Oh my, that...
Place a smoke bomb. I don't even have to fight. Nope. Oh, it's outside. Okay, well, that's not bad for me. That's actually good. Yeah. So now they got to go all the way up there and then all the way back down here to reach me. Yep, and it works to just let me out of here. Oh. Damn, that was a lot of people. Well, I could do Merc. I am here, but no, I'm on a quest chain trying to get to 65. They changed the amount of XP needed, really. It's like pretty fast. Yep, and we just go... Oh, shit, did he kill him? No, he didn't kill him, but...
I think that would.
Ancient Kite Shield 638 might be an upgrade. It was not. But it's BOE, and that's good. It'll sell. It'll fucking sell, definitely. Yeah, I pulled some good BOE shit today, actually. Like shit that will sell, you know? For like at least 25 gold, if not 50, if not 200 something. And now we go deep into this thing. I remember all of this. I remember all of this. Look, I'm almost at 64. See, the quests are fast. So, find the location of the first artifact. Yeah, this guy's like... I got way further than you. Oh, damn, like spinning all of them like full-blown healed me. That's awesome. Wait, what's that sound? Oh. Sheep. Walking around, a lot of them. I don't want to link sheep. So I'm going to finish up to 65, and I'll do my best to like get some legendaries and finish Elysian and stuff. And then over the next like 5 days, and then I will move from New World Main to Star Citizen. If I can stand the game. I might not be able to stand the game, but I think I probably can. If I play it like a main and I play FFXI and even the background, I bet it's actually an amazing game. I think probably most people's complaint with Star Citizen is that it was so slow. But I think Star Citizen is now really probably good from what I've seen. Looks really good. Can't link sheep. Weaver's weak. I did. I blinded him right off the bat. Haha. I'm gonna try to get you some skill up. Yep, and then I can just always run, probably Rust, honestly. I'll probably play Rust, EvE, FFXI like I originally wanted to, and then sit Star Citizen in the main. And New World will always be there. When I feel like playing like a fucking, like a melee fighter, I will play New World because it's a good game. It is a good game, and there's always more to farm. Or I could run it in the background too. I could just run it in the background. It could be the game that I kind of long form play for the last 6 hours of the night when I'm tired and stuff. I could just put on New World and pop in, farm some trees and stuff when I'm like doing an auto warp or whatever, and I can always just play Rust, New World, or Fallout 76 on GeForce Now. On top of my computer will run Star Citizen, and I'll put EvE in low settings so the EvE doesn't rob Star Citizen, and even I'll put EvE and FFXI in low settings so it doesn't ruin Star Citizen. It's a lot of clients to run at once, but you know it is feasible, and it is the lifestyle that I want. I want my spaceship visual game. I wish that I think Bethesda saw this coming, and they're like, oh, we better get out in front of the spaceship craze, and if we make an adequate enough game, they'll get caught on that before they leave for Star Citizen like permanently and all this. But no, I think our hardware has excelled in the last like 7 years, and our hardware is running games like Star Citizen well. The software like Bethesda and fucking and Blizzard and Square Enix and stuff has failed. I would say 14 is basically done. I would say WoW is basically done. I would say 76 is basically done. At least it is for me, because I played it for 5 years and I've done everything in it. There's always more content. I love 76, and I mean I love 76. I really do. But I mean it's done for me. I mean there's no content in the game that I haven't done, and that's how 14 is, and that's how WoW is. I thought they thought we would just sit there and keep playing those games forever because they're social or something. No, I need new content. So Star Citizen's going to win just based off that. If No Man's Sky was good, I would play that, but that's basically like a fucking kids game. Like, I don't know. Maybe hauling in that game is good, but I kind of doubt it. I think it's mostly, like, sitting in hyperspace all the time. And I think Star Citizen's no different. But when you drop out of when you drop out of hyperspace in Star Citizen, you get this, basically the most stunning visuals I've ever seen in a video game. And short of like, I don't know, like I don't know. I mean, yeah, Rust or like Tarkov and stuff, you get like kind of like the most stunning visuals I've ever seen in a video game. And that's what I want for my stream. I want the main to be a truly beautiful fucking game that's using the 4060 Ti for what it's worth. I want another copy from GeForce Now of either Rust and Fallout 76 and New World, so I can just play those games at will whenever they get new content, and I can always do the Rust wipe, and I'm always playing 76 and getting in and getting my daily done, and I don't pay for 76, and I don't pay for Rust, and I don't pay for New World, other than once in a while I buy like a season ticket or a skin or something like that, just to support them basically. Those games are always free, and they're always sitting there and waiting. Actually, I better rest. I can't do this pull. I'll die. Yeah, let's go back out to the belt now. I've been slow about this because honestly, if the inevitable ganker comes, I would prefer it comes to them, not me. You know, it sucks to look out for number one. EvE is good, but I've made so much money on EvE that I don't even need to leave the station anymore. I want to sit there and play HyperNet and Jita. And I could just sit back as an EvE tycoon until they make the combat fun and they make the visuals fun. Like, honestly, if you look at how many stars are in this game, it's kind of frankly boring. There's like a lot of stars in this game. See it? If you zoom out, there's like a lot of stars in this game, and it looks a lot better in 4K. Like, the stars look a lot better. But this is not a very visually striking game because it's not on the Unreal Engine. And, you know, Star Citizen is. So I'll take that. And it sucks because Star Citizen is a fucking scam. But Star Citizen is not a scam for people like me who have sat on EVE Online for 15 years and know how to... and Rust and know how to do fucking really hardcore fucking full loot drop PvP sandboxes really well. I would say Final Fantasy 11 between EvE, Rust, and FFXI. I would say Star Citizen is the sort of game that I can do on an initial $60 or $75 investment. I bet I can if I can get lifetime insurance. I will play Star Citizen. I'm excited, but I'm not going to do it until the first, or I won't have the discipline to finish out this new world character. At least I will, but it'll take me months and months and months to get the last level. It'll take me forever because I know I'll just log in, I'll chop trees. I know I will. I like these games, they go in and out like whack-a-mole, depending on whether there's current content, whether they've made an improvement, whether the quality of life is better because it's always constantly shit. Like the minute they make the quality of life better, I just come back. If the optimization's better, or they're saying DX12 or anything like that. And so now I'm like, and I'm thinking I can run like the 4 games that I want: Star Citizen, Rust, EvE, and FFXI. Yeah, and I'll just sit on my zombie server. I'll go outside. I'll run to the mill crate. I'll come back. I'll deal with any fucking harassment, but mainly I just sit in the fucking base all day, and I can turn off the sound if anybody bothers me and go do 4 hours of fucking Star Citizen. It won't matter because it's just sitting right there. It's just an alt tab away. Rust won't matter if I can just ignore whoever the fuck it is for 4 hours or whatever. And the beautiful thing about Rust is I can always just log in on wipe day with no stream snipe and do whatever the fuck I need to do. What can they do? They can't do anything about that. So I guess I'll plan a monthly day off for only recording on wipe day, and then I just get the base that I need because I play the monthly all the time, and I could just get the base I need based off that for like 6 hours, and who cares if I lose a day a month, and I still stream for fucking 14 hours a day for the other 29 days a month. Who cares, frankly? Damn it, you turned around perfectly into me. It's so annoying. I swear to God, you do that on purpose. You gotta take me to that one now. Yep. Yeah. And because EvE is not my favorite game because the combat's not the most fun, the mining's not the most fun, the visuals are not the best, and they're good. It's one of the most beautiful games in like when you're first playing the game, it looks like one of the most beautiful games you've ever seen, EVE Online. But then when you know what all the pockets and all the stuff looks like, and what it looks like to be at an Astrahaus, and what it looks like to be at a structure all the time, and all this at Jita, and moving through the same jump gates all the time, the game begins to look like the same 10 things over and over again. It looks like asteroid belt, Jita, gates, warping, fighting, or pockets, and then if it doesn't look like one of those like 10 things or whatever, like then you've seen the game. It's not really a one and the same game. It's an extremely deep game with like way more shit than even I know about. I've never been to Wormhole Endgame, for instance. I don't even know what Wormhole Endgame looks like. I mean, I know what it looks like. It's a pocket full of mobs, but I mean, but still I haven't done the content. And I would say that EvE is, while it's a really fun game, I think it's weird. I think Star Citizen actually kind of scratches my itch a little bit better in terms of how much gameplay it actually has as compared to... Because it kind of does have Rust extraction gameplay. It definitely does have Rust fucking spaceship battles, like EVE Online spaceship battles. Why can't you land these backstabs? They're turning around the second I walk up. It's so annoying. You're so annoying. Run the weapon skill. I'm a little worried about losing this. You're so annoying. Or I could drop out, and like FFXI, Treasures of Otter Gone expansion is hitting Horizon on December 23rd. I'll be probably like a month into Star Citizen by then. Horn of Victory. Okay. Yeah, you can blow my Horn of Victory. Am I losing this? Yeah, sort of. Not really, but sort of. Yeah, like a little bit. We'll give it a few more seconds. His lamb chop could fuck me. I kind of actually have to watch because the lamb chop could drop me to like fucking 60, and then I do need to actually do something. It was a rage. I'm fine. It's over. He was stupid to rage. I'll kill his ass even faster. Yep, and I'll run Star Citizen and mainly Rust, EVE, and FFXI, mainly. I don't think it's New World. The only reason I'm playing New World is there isn't something else to do. So, but I've seen all of the content pretty much, even all the way through to the end of the ECRs and Elysium Wilds. I've seen all of the bosses in the game. I've seen all of the content. I've opened all the chests. I've been to all the raids. I've even done mutations. And like, I've done everything that there is in this game. I need something new. It's as a content creator, I begin to worry about, is there enough fresh content coming into my stream all the time? Even with these old retro games, it is still kind of new content because a lot of the kids probably haven't seen the old retro stuff. They haven't seen Final Fantasy XI. They haven't seen EVE Online. So I think it's acceptable to have these old crappy games that take forever to play on my channel. But the main, when I'm sitting on the main, which is either Rust, New World, or Fallout 76, those games I've beaten all to death too. I've beaten New World to death. I've capped out I've capped out a 65 on every single server. Like, I definitely have played New World to goddamn death. There's just not enough content on brand new games for me to like keep going on games that I can stand to play. And I love New World and I'll play it in the background, but to me, you got to remember, I view New World like my RuneScape, like my Souls like RuneScape. And so I'm playing New World like it's a RuneScape that's never going to go away. And I think that's what's so good about New World. And eventually I figure in like 10 years, they'll have about as much new content as they do right now. And New World, I'll just be happy that I played it because it'll always be my little Souls like RuneScape, that plays like RuneScape. I was jealous of the RuneScape people because RuneScape was not as good as WoW, but WoW didn't have the farming that RuneScape had. It doesn't have chopping trees. It doesn't have fucking like cooking in the same way. It doesn't really have like, farming or fishing in the same way. It doesn't really have that stuff. Oops, I went the wrong way. I took the wrong turn. Oops. So I look at New World as my RuneScape, and I'm not as old as the people who played old school RuneScape as OGs. I'm not as old as them. I was younger than that. I came up on Final Fantasy XI. So between 11 and New World, I have my RuneScape like that I play in the background all the time. So and I view Rust as this. I view Rust as my Minecraft that all the kids got. That's my builder that I can sit and have a base in and live in like it's my house. And I don't like being fucking harassed in my house. You can gank me out in the wild all the time. Just don't show up at my fucking house, and you can harass me all you want. Just don't show up at my fucking house, because that messes with the Minecraft vibe. That's why I'm so hostile to it all the time. I don't care if you fight me on the PvP game. Frankly, I really don't. That's your business. You paid your fee. You can do that. But showing up in my fucking house, targeted harassment where I live, like doing my Minecraft and entertaining the people all the time is unacceptable. I don't do that to you. Don't do it to me. And that's the problem. And so Rust is my Minecraft. That'll sit in the background on GeForce Now all the time. It'll be my GeForce Now slot. My computer will run Star Citizen, and it'll run it probably kind of like medium level, and that's okay. But and then between those four, Rust, EVE, FFXI was the original trio of games that I wanted for my channel. I knew they would be the gems in my crown when I looked at this vision of what my career was going to be. I knew they were going to be the gems in my crown. But I was like, one other game is going to come, and I'll probably play 3 or 4 games all at once, because New World is like an old school RuneScape game. 11 is like an old school RuneScape game. It just plays forever. You fire it up, you go, it's just like old school RuneScape. I don't really see the fucking difference. It's like full 3D and really badass. It's a lot better and deeper than old school RuneScape, and it has a lot more better diversified combat and a lot more mobs and a lot more zones. But I mean, I will always maintain 11 is better than WoW and better than old school RuneScape, but I've just done 11 to death so much that the only thing I can stand to do anymore is make money, level pet classes, which honestly I got bored with, and play hardcore. So that's what I'm doing. I'm playing hardcore and I'm making money, and occasionally I'll play a pet class, probably for Treasures of Otter Gone. And I like Caster in Final Fantasy XI because it's the best one. It's better even than Skyrim Caster with all the Ordinator perks and all of the spells unlocked and stuff. Final Fantasy XI Caster is so like either Red Mage or Black Mage or even Scholar. future is still so much fucking better than any other game. It's better than D&D. It's better. It's just better. You have this list of like 86 to 300 goddamn spells that you can cast, and it's just, and all of them fuck shit up. All of them except for the basic ones like Stone 1, Fire 1, you know, Arrow 1. But beyond that, even Arrow 2 still fucks shit up. Even at level 75, Arrow 2 fucks shit up. It's a good spell. It'll do 170 damage or something, which is solid. That's solid. You know, and so I love Black Mage, and I'll probably play Black Mage on Final Fantasy XI. And so I'm looking at all these interests starting to meld. I wish I could get them all on the same game. That's the fucking future. That's what World of Warcraft needs to look at, right? Is they need to get all of this on one game. They need to get survival, camping, fucking Star Citizen / No Man's Sky / Starfield, space exploration / EVE Online. They need EVE Online. They need a shooter like Rust or some such. They're like an extraction shooter like Fortnite, all in the same game, right? And that's what Star Citizen's trying to do. I now see it. I think the guy who's making Star Citizen is actually is an enlightened MMO gamer that sees the vision of what I want. And I think Star Citizen actually is the closest thing to it. It's a mix of all that extraction survival, all that Rust survival, base building, even up in the stars, in the sky. In space, and like, you know, and the EVE Online, like, you know, military sim stuff, the sandbox stuff, the German econ, the, you know, that we get from X4 and all this. I'm gonna play X4 soon too, and there's all these other, you know, all these games and stuff, and I want them all running at the same time because they all together they supply the experience that I need as an MMO gamer. When I left World of Warcraft, I split out to like 11 other genres, from EVE Online to Rust to 76 to survival to farming and hardcore, and I need that all on one game. I can't get it, so I'm gonna stack 4 games all at once, and people can't believe that, but I can. Honestly, I need 4 games at once. One game isn't good enough anymore. That's something about the industry that they need to acknowledge. One game isn't good enough anymore. It's why I'm willing to give Robert Space Industries, the greatest goddamn scam artist in fucking gaming history, the time of day to even like buy his game. Is I understand that maybe they do see the problem. They don't make enough content to keep me happy. There's not enough content in all of these games. I beat out 76. I beat out New World. I beat out ESO. I beaten out 14. I beaten out World of Warcraft. I don't know all the content past Heavens Word, but I don't care. I don't like 14. Like, I don't like ESO. Like, you know, I beaten out 76 completely. I beaten out Final Fantasy 11. I beaten out fucking Diablo 2, Diablo 3. I don't want fucking any more isometric RPGs like PoE 1 or PoE 2 or Diablo 4, or I would slaughter those too. They don't make enough goddamn content for me. I need a sandbox fucking industry. Like, I need a sandbox industry. Definitely. I need a sandbox industry that supplies worlds that rival World of Warcraft or ESO or Robert Space Industries with fucking Star Citizen or FFXI. I need worlds like this, and I need like 50 of them. One isn't enough, you know. If I was a kid, I would have done Roblox. I think Roblox is actually a lot closer to what I'm saying than any other game is. Roblox will let you do anything. There's only like 2 out there that are actually like trying to fulfill the role that I'm talking about. It's Roblox, and on the Rust side, it's Helk and Gary with Gary's mod. And Gary's mod isn't good enough. I've seen it. I know it isn't. I know the Roblox isn't good enough, but if there's ever a good enough one, like Star Citizen's probably good enough, honestly. If Star Citizen were to give me melee combat like New World, with that sort of fucking combat on the planets with aliens, so I can just land there and live like a world there. I don't need Ashes of Creation. I don't need fucking nodes from Ashes of Creation. I need Star Citizen to give me melee combat like New World, and you've got a perfect game essentially. Now, I don't think Star Citizen's perfect because it didn't get the money and support that it needed to, even though it's been at it for 20 years. I begin to see what they're trying to do, which is make a lifestyle game that has so much diversified content that it doesn't matter what you're doing. We have several games like this, like World of Warcraft's kind of like that, New World, FFXI, WoW, Star Citizen. But I didn't like Star Citizen because how much money they charge. Now I get it. I mean, I even went and visited Shroud of the Avatar. I thought Shroud of the Avatar might have been the game that I was looking for because it does have the depth, sort of, but it doesn't have the Roblox universe. It has like gunplay, military sim, naval combat, naval warfare, like fucking Arcade, right? I maxed out Arcade. There's so many MMORPGs out there. I maxed out Terra both on the PC and the console. Like, they don't make enough. Like, I'm dead serious too. I was Primarch on Feral Valley, and mother, if I still have that character, I can prove it. I can probably get into the account and show the characters, but I can't play the game anymore, right? I've got a fucking Primarch on Feral Valley and shit, on Terra and shit, and it just goes to show they don't make enough fucking games with enough content for me. Now they don't make them good enough. Like I would have slaughtered out Throne and Liberty if it was good enough, but it's not. It doesn't have good enough combat anymore. It's got to be skill based like New World. And I'll go on these MMO spiels, and I can go for 2 hours about this because it is like on my mind. They don't make enough good games for me, or if they do, I've got to play all 5 at the same time. And it's going to be like that. It's going to be Star Citizen. It's going to be like that because they don't make it a good enough game that I can play on just main. Rust is close, but it's still not good enough, and it's far too toxic. I would relax to Rust and try to take a career like motherfucking like what's his name? What's his name? Willjum. I would try to relax and take a solo survival player's career like Willjum and try to, publish videos like he does on fucking YouTube. I would try and do that if Rust was good enough. Rust is not good enough. Willjum himself will tell you, Rust is not good enough, and we're all waiting. We're all waiting for Rust 2 or whatever the fuck comes. We thought it was going to be a Blizzard survival MMO. Now we're thinking it might be Light No Fire or PAX Day, and I mean, PAX Day isn't it, but if they fix the combat in PAX Day, it could be it. So I don't know, like, it's sort of weird. Like, there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of problems. Like, Asmongold said it was PAX Day. I don't agree. I don't think so. Pyrus Software says that it's Ashes of Creation. I don't agree. I don't say so. I don't agree. I think Pyrus Software is putting a lot of Blizzard faith in a cracky theme park production that just can't produce, like Rust or Star Citizen or FFXI or EvE or any of these other fucking actual sandboxes and stuff. I just don't believe Ashes of Creation is looking like it's gonna produce, but we don't know, and I'm gonna play it. I definitely am gonna play it. We don't know. I don't want to shit on Ashes of Creation because I've not played it. I don't know, but the content that I've seen is looking worse than WoW. I'm serious. It looks worse than WoW. It looks like it can't even hold me there like WoW can. It's looking worse than goddamn Throne and Liberty, because at least Throne and Liberty has flying and shit like that. I don't think Ashes Creation does. I'm dead serious. I don't think Ashes Creation has flying. One of the things that could really make New World a lot better is they could just add flying, and that would double the fun of this fucking game. It absolutely would. If you could just fly to whatever you wanted to do, it would. I don't see why they don't. So now the next expansion, all they need to do to New World is add flight and maybe another island that you can fucking fly to that's nearby and shit, and just expand, and more content, more fucking shit to do, more concepts and stuff, and maybe base building. They all need to do base building, all of them. Like WoW did it with Garrison, but then they didn't keep it up. They should have just kept making Garrison way the fuck better. They should have, until you were out there chopping trees like Rust, and WoW would have been fucking fine. WoW would still be fine if the Garrison was actually competent. Everybody complained and broke Blizzard and Ion Hazakostas dream and the Ghostcrawler dream, which was I think like it was Garrison. Live in the world of Warcraft with your own base, and but it wasn't like that. You didn't make it procedurally generated like we could build our own base. You just made it crappy. That's all you have to do to WoW retail next year. That's all you have to do is make it possible for you to slam down a square anywhere in the world of Warcraft, and allow you to farm the trees and the grass there and the food and the mobs and all this stuff for nearby resources. And that's all you need to do to save WoW retail. If it had the base building of Rust, WoW would be saved. And that's the problem. I'm starting to see that there's only a couple of games out there that are even trying. It's Rust, EvE, FFXI, and probably Star Citizen, but I don't know. I'll have to play the game. I'm guessing Star Citizen. If not that, I'll go find some kind of replacement like Space Engineers or X4 or something like that. But I need a space sim. You understand, like if you look at Never Knows Best's catalog, and he did pretty much the best that YouTube could do, really, in terms of gaming. Never Knows Best is the big winner, I would say. And if you look at Never Knows Best's catalog, you're going to see a bunch of stuff about Space Sim, because he's not stupid. I just looked at a video yesterday by him about Space Sims and why they're so important. Space Sims are super important. We desperately need to be able to live in our own space station and our own space ship, like Starfield, but not bad like Starfield, like No Man's Sky, but not bad like No Man's Sky, right? Think of it like, okay, you know what you need to do? You need to bring, and I know the fucking metaphor to tell the industry and all these piece of shit, worthless cocksucker fucking developers, like how to like find their own way out of their own problems, right? Think this, right? And I'll tell you what you need to do to save the video game industry and all of your MMOs. You need to put this in all of your MMOs. It's a very simple thing. Helk knew it, and so does Star Citizen, but the rest of you don't. The WoW guys, the Bethesda guys, none of you guys know this. Todd was scratching his head on it, and he got pretty close. He came pretty fucking close, which is a detailed interior to a spaceship that you can live in, like you don't live with humanity anymore. You fly around on a spaceship all the time. You're fucking Han Solo and Chewbacca, right? That's what we need. It's very simple. No Man's Sky did not supply that. Not in any fucking way or form. Not even in... No Man's Sky did not do that. EVE Online didn't do it. Like Rust does it, except you can't take off into the stars, right? That's all Rust 2 needs to be, is a million procedurally generated servers. And every time somebody opens a server for a different theme or something like that, is a different planet. That's all Rust needs. And Rust 2 could be the greatest game ever made, just like Rust was the greatest game ever made. Rust is the greatest game ever made. I believe it is. It outdoes Star Citizen still, because it's more fun to fucking play the game than it is probably to play Star Citizen. It sucks, but it's true. So, so how do we fix this? You guys just need these endless worlds that we can just live in, like these travelers all the time, that we go do survival and shit like this all the time. And I'm playing 5 games, but I don't need to play 5 games. One of you guys just needs to make a game that's good enough. And I think Star Citizen is starting to look like it might be, and that sucks. That's kind of crazy, because that's the one that people shit on the most. That's the biggest joke in the fucking industry, and it looks like Star Citizen might take the crown. It's a weird world where up is down and 2 + 2 = 6 because of these cocksucker developers. It's a really fucking weird world. Since IBM and the Holocaust, and that's a Wikipedia I just quoted, by the way. Since IBM and the Holocaust, the software developers have made this world kind of shitty in a fucking backwards 2 + 2 = 5 world. And we blamed our politicians, but I actually think it is the software developers actually did this. I think it's the core structure of our software caused so much time that we're not able to enrich ourselves in other places. We just try to tar wrangle software all the time. I'm definitely serious about this. I believe my mother's whole career was basically tar wrangling software her entire life and getting it to do what she needed to do as an AT&T technical consultant. I'm dead serious. And she still does it with like Outlook and all these other fucking softwares and stuff. She's too old now, but I mean, like, she was doing this up until about this year. She was like battling with software still all of her life. And I did this, calling the developers cocksuckers thing. I get that from my fucking mother. She's been battling them all of her life. I'm dead serious. She battled them all of her life. Even the big ones like fucking AT&T. So, and so now I think, okay, well, the software developers can get us out of this mess. Give us a lifestyle game that's as good as Fortnite, that's as good as Rust, that's as good as EVE, that's as good as FFXI, that's as good as whatever you play, Counter-Strike 2 or No Man's Sky or Starfield or any of these games, right? We need games that have all of these elements in them. You guys seem to want to master one genre, but I believe the requirement now is to master 60 genres, and that's usually how human mastery works. Once you think you've made the best shooter, you probably need to go master 15 other genres, and then eventually 60, and then 180, and 360, and 720, and then eventually you just have the best video game ever made that does whatever you possibly could ever want it to do, and then we don't need you to have 50,000 software companies that all make bad games. We don't need you to do that. We just need you to make a game that, you know, that eventually just does anything a game could ever possibly need to do in a VR helmet, essentially. We don't need 50,000 software companies like driving their games into the ground because it's so competitive they can't get money or whatever. We don't need that. We don't need one company either, but I'm saying we need like one engine that's owned by the public that runs all of these games and allows us as gamers to make whatever the fuck we want. And if something sucks in New World, I should be able to change it, like if, you know, or whatever, you know. It kind of sucks, but I mean, like, I should be able to change it myself. That's the future. I know it is. I can talk like Elon too, you know. I need my software to be exponentially something like 700,000 stronger the way the AI is supposed to be. Except you're not using AI to improve the software. You're using AI to rip us off. This is another reason why I call you a piece of shit cocksucker developer. And you all looked at it. Don't look like you didn't. Blizzard and Bethesda and Square Enix and all the bigs looked at fucking NFTs and fucking and crypto and fucking Bitcoins and all that shit. Trust me, they all looked at it. And if they didn't have lawyers in the scene and people like me warning them not to, they would have just embraced it and turned the fucking industry into a fucking software theft. You know? That's not good, and we have enough of that as it is. Look at the day before, or the day after, really. The day after. Look at the day after, you know. So, I see a future here. I see a future in Star Citizen, EvE, FFXI, Rust, Fallout 76, and New World. And I'm going to spin at least 4, if not all of them, all at once, all the time, every single fucking day. That's my niche. That's my place. I got here first. I don't think anybody else is here first. I think I was the first one to do it. It's laughable right now, but I think in 50 years, I think you aren't going to laugh. I think you're going to talk about me like I'm Elon, because like, if you provide 50 years of showing how to do 4 or 5 games at once and what it is and what the struggle is and why the software can't do it and why the hardware can, and it's just sort of weird and all this other shit, like all this stuff, and picking out the games, like hand picking them and like, okay, in the same way that the developers are trying to hand draw all of this content to keep us engaged, I'm trying to play the game like it's I'm trying to play hand drawn. I'm trying to play each game hand drawn. I'm trying to be where I think my interest should be. It's not like I'm doing this because, oh, this is the fun game that I think I want to play right now. I mean, it is like that, but mainly I think this is like these games that I am playing. This is where I should be. It doesn't matter that they're 25 years old. I still believe this is where I should be. This is where I be. It's like that Blink-182 song. This is where I belong. Don't pull me down. This is where I think I'm different, but you're the same, and I know. Don't hold me down. This is where I belong. I think I'm different. This is where I belong. And I wouldn't be here if it wouldn't be. These games, this is where I belong. This is my MMO speech as I spin up 4 MMOs at the same time. You might wonder why I do this. It's because they don't make enough content for me, and I'm not the only one either, motherfucker. I'm not the only one. They don't make enough content for my friends. You know what I'm saying? I had kids in my clan that were like 15. They're probably, what, like 17, 18 now and shit. Those motherfuckers are just as diverse as we are. We like to pretend that they aren't. I know them well enough. Those motherfuckers are more diverse than us. They play more games than us. They have more open minds than us. They will not be limited like we were. And so I try to play like they taught me to, which is like, keep your mind open to any fucking game. Even the young kids were like that. You know where I first heard about space engineers? My Rust clan. It's kind of funny. Can I do this? No, I can't do this. Gotta have that moment when you hardcore pull, where you're like, does my health bar and my resources and my skill level and everything suffice for this pull, or will I die if I step forward and swing the weapon? That's the hardcore trick. You have to be like, will I die if I swing? You have to be like, will I die? And the answer is yes. I'm at half health. Yes, I will die, possibly. So, no, I don't make the pull. I don't care if he aggroes me. I just need more health. I don't care if he wanders over and aggroes me, but I need more health than I have right now. I don't know why pop and aggro and link is necessary. When you look at Rust, I think aggro is necessary, like the way that wolves and bears aggro, and like scientists and stuff like that. But I don't think we need pop, aggro, and link. I don't think we need 3 wolves. I don't think we need 5 mobs ever. I just don't. I don't think we need those things. How you like that? I did it first try. Yeah. Spam that gap. Yes, I did. Oh, yeah, I'm in that gap again. Oh, no, wait. We're not going here. We're going there. Yeah, we're going there. Oops, I didn't realize. All right, I'm almost 64. It's going kind of slow because I did like an hour-long spiel there about what I see the future of MMOs being. You know what I'm saying? But, I mean, there it is. Find the location of the second artifact. I guess I jump in the pit. I didn't want to jump in the pit. But I jumped in the pit. I fell into the pit. You fell into the pit. We fell into the pit. Yeah, no, this isn't going to work for you, Ambusher. No. Fuck you. It's not going to work. Not going to work. You shall die. Die. Die, Ambusher. You had a chunky health bar, but you went down like a clown. Down, 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 Tagama Town clown. Not you, demon. You don't have it. You don't have it, demon. Just like them, you don't have it. Got no wins here. Sorry. What is that? What is this thing? Oh, okay. Oh, can I go in it or whatever? Alright. Cool. Mining patterns. Oh yeah. You mean smithing? Helio starts soon. Helio's the best one. Helio. Helio? Yeah, Helio starting soon, but I don't have it. I don't have Brimstone yet. Damn it. Damn it, you stupid demon. It's like Lucy. He looks like Lucy. I love Lucy. Lucy was such a good character. He's like, I'm basically like a demon cat. Like, we don't know what I am. Lucy was such a good character. Hello, Father Russo. What do you want? Give me XP. I want to ding. Oh, it was close, but not quite. Blah, blah, blah. You better pay me for all this talking. Blah, blah, blah. Better pay me for all this talking. Blah, blah, blah. No, we aren't. Blah, blah, blah. No, we aren't anymore. Bye. Blah, 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 blah. I told myself I would listen to this. Then I realized that that wasn't going to happen. Let's listen to this. This is way better than whatever they have to say.
Of the trap that is now tied to Richard's head. Something that I can only describe as a shotgun saw trap.
Yeah, it's a saw trap. If you move, it just kills you. And so the guy doesn't move. He just stops trying after a couple of minutes. And yeah, that's a saw trap. It's terrible. You tie the string of the fucking... Yeah, tie the string of the fucking trigger to a modified device down the fucking top of the barrel of the gun. You put the fucking string around his neck. And you say, if you move at all... You understand? If you move at all... At all... I'm gonna get what I want from City Hall. That's what this story is gonna be. Is I'm gonna get what I want from City Hall no matter what. I'm stronger than City Hall. Nope. The story. This is me here to tell you. The house always wins. If you beat Fallout New Vegas, you would understand. The house always fucking wins. You understand? The house always wins. So like so you can go fight City Hall like the Granby tank guy. It's not gonna go well. You'll end up getting fucking bullets or by yourself or by someone else. It's not gonna go well, and you won't win. And City Hall doesn't change, and you can't fight it unless you get all the people in the world to agree with you and get them all to demand change. If you want to fight City Hall, think Gandhi, not Granby tank. Gandhi, not Granby tank. And if you don't know what a Granby tank is, you're not a Colorado native like me. Like Granby tank is, Granby tank is when this dude in Colorado Springs, I think it was, or one of those. No, it's in Granby. In Granby, which is a Colorado town, little mountain town. The good old boys were corrupt, and they tried to shut him out of his zoning board stuff when he was in his growth phase as a businessman. And so he went, and eventually he lost to them, and he lost his business. So he just stole a tank. No, I'm sorry. He stole a bulldozer and hid it in his house. And then he converted it to a cement block with a bunch of cannons on it and like cameras and stuff. And then he rampaged through the downtown of Granby and killed City Hall. I mean, you can't fight City Hall, but they rebuilt City Hall that same month. The Colorado, governor came in and rebuilt City Hall. Trust me, do not fight City Hall. Try to be Gandhi. If you want real change in this world, try to be Gandhi. Don't try to be Trump. Try to be Gandhi. Gandhi. Trump is the opposite of Gandhi. It's the veritable biblical thief in the temple is Trump. We want somebody like Gandhi who just makes sure that everybody eats, kicks the goddamn fascists out of India, and never fires a shot doing so. And never fucking, touches a child or a porn star and cheats on his wife while doing so. Or traitors up his country or any of that stuff. Yeah. So more Gandhi, less Trump, less violence and political fucking tribalism or force or anything like that. That shit doesn't work. If you want to change the world, you try like Gandhi, and you get the entire world to agree with you, and the fucking and the bads leave. They leave of their own volition. When they realize that they got no more wins here, no play, they just leave. The bads leave. Hint, hint. Hint, hint.
And to really understand how the Dead Man's Line worked and how this entire thing lasted 63 hours, why don't I just show you? So to understand why this situation lasted as long as it did, you need to understand how the Dead Man's Line actually worked. Get it? It's a dead man.
Yeah. We're going to watch this because it's saw traps are always an extremely interesting thing. Let's see what he did, because he's got to modify reality to something that he needs. And it's quite MacGyver saw traps. I've seen a bunch of them. There's a bunch of different things. Like, for instance, you might think that you can just storm in somebody's house, but you don't know what booby traps they've set up. You don't know at all. You don't know the secret things that a man has about his house, which is why I would never be a burglar, because you don't know what booby traps people might have set up.
Look,
you really might not,
The shotgun Tony.
I have a best friend who really, really, really loves booby traps, and he educated me about all of the non-lethals that will dominate your opponent without killing them. And we like those. We're big into those. Not just me, but my family. And we like those. We're into those.
Used was
non-lethal is hilarious. Yeah.
A Winchester 1400, of which he
a lot better than lethal.
The barrel and stock of the weapon. A lot of news reports at the time would incorrectly.
I know a lot about non-lethals, but I can't do it. I can't talk about it here because it's unsafe.
That he was using
weapons talk. Just if you're ever in a streamer, if you're ever a fucking content creator, stay away from weapons and period. Don't pull guns out on your motherfucking stream. You might be big that year, but then you're gonna burn out and you're gonna fade away. If you try to burn out like that, if you ever slap a gun down on your motherfucking stream or anything like that, trust me, it'll happen sooner or later, but your career will have its downfall. Can't be whipping out your guns in front of the kids. Can't be doing that. Can't be having that kind of talk or anything like that. That's all I have to say about this.
A double-barreled shotgun, and if I had to guess, stop moving! And if I had to guess, it's because from the untrained eye, it looks like there are two barrels sticking out of the front of the gun. when in reality he just sawed the barrel down to where the tube is underneath the barrel. So effectively, Tony was using a semi-automatic shotgun, of which shells are reloaded from the tube that rides underneath the barrel, through the action in the middle, and into the barrel up top. Now, I don't have a Winchester 1400, and I certainly don't have one that I'm going to saw the barrel and stock off of in order to create a felony weapon. That's another thing that doesn't get brought up enough with this case. Tony committed a felony by sawing the barrel of the gun down as he did. That just never comes up anywhere, so don't know what that's about. So to more accurately demonstrate the distances and how the mechanism worked, I'm going to pull out something a bit smaller. This abomination to God is the Kel-Tec P50 that is about the length, or at least substantial enough, to the sawed-off Winchester that Tony was using. You know, it's times like these when I wonder if my parents were onto something when they insisted I don't drop out of college. So the mechanism worked approximately as shown. Tony had the front of the shotgun wired to Richard's neck. The wire was tight enough that regardless of what position the two of them were turned in, the gun was always aimed at Richard's head. Because of this, in a lot of the footage, you will see Tony leading Richard by pushing the gun barrel into the back of Richard's head and then guiding him around. On the other end of the shotgun, there was a ring tied around the trigger of the weapon itself, in which Tony rested his middle finger. This meant there was constantly tension at the front of the weapon, keeping it pointed towards Richard, and tension at the back of the weapon, ensuring that if something happened to Tony, the gun would go off. This is where the dead man's switch or dead man's line notion comes from, because if anything were to happen to Tony, the weapon would fire. If at any point Richard was to try to get away from Tony and pull the gun out of his hand, the gun would fire. If Tony was to be shot or fall to the ground, then the same thing would happen. As he goes down, the ring would be pulled and the gun would fire. The mechanism was set up in such a way that the gun was always aimed at Richard, and if anything happened to Tony, it would go off. As mentioned, the weapon was a semi-automatic shotgun, so it's hypothetically possible to get to the side of the weapon.
Oh no, what are you doing? Stop now, stop now.
Or do something to jam up the chamber. But Tony had thought ahead of that, and through the
so we missed all of this because I got distracted by a question. I'm terribly sorry. Here we go. So, okay, so...
in order to create a felony weapon. That's another thing that doesn't get...
I think I want to go back further because I missed all of it.
Pull their guns on Tony, who then pulls his own revolver.
Oh my god.
As Richard's son held hostage. So what does he do? Well, the first thing he does is call the police.
Yes, sir. You'll have to speak up. Is this the police? Yes, it is. Sir, this is a dire emergency. A real serious thing. I've just taken a prisoner. It's not a crank call.
See, Tony isn't interested in just killing Richard, and he also isn't interested in just taking him hostage and then making demands to him personally. Tony has a plan, and for that plan to work, he needs an audience. So
there it is. There's the picture of it.
Tony has a plan, and for that plan to work, he needs...
This is where we get a lot of Hollywood movies, and I always wondered where it was from, but they've done so many Hollywood movies like Dog Day Afternoon and shit like that about this.
Needs an audience. So Tony, while holding Richard at gunpoint, makes a call to 911, a call which lasts about 50 minutes. Over the course of this call, we start to see things that are going to become more apparent as the story goes on. For example, Tony's extreme emotional swings, from being super buddy-buddy with the police and almost apologetic that he's doing this.
I'm very, very concerned about this man's wife.
Well, yeah, because when you go between anger and sorrow and rage to, like, you know, shame because you're doing something really horrible, that's understandable, yeah. But then you remember how fucked up they were to you when they fucking filed 7 false assault charges and a man tried to kill you and they tried to bust you and throw you in jail for 10 years when you were a a methamphetamine and heroin addled fucking homeless person on the streets. A man tried to kill you, right? That's my story. When I had that much rage, you know, I kind of go between hating them and feeling shame for it, hating the system, hating the man who tried to kill me, hating the people who took the love of my life away from me, wanting to blow up the you know, just saying anyways, you know, all this other stuff. And then, but then you also, you kind of flip flop and you're like, oh, I feel so much shame for how much rage and hatred and anger I have towards you, even though you victimized me for no reason. It's still a really bad deal for everyone involved, and I feel shame, and I'm so sorry that I'm doing this to you. But then you did kind of fuck me over and file 7 false assault charges and try to fucking prosecute me since I was 16 for drugs and fuck me over, and try to throw me in jail for probation violation for 10 years and scare the love of my life away and fucking throw me in a paddy wagon with broken ribs and bounce me around like a soccer ball and torture me like some kind of goddamn fucking, Gitmo fucking detainee. And I got a lot of righteous anger, but then we remember and we feel shame for the amount of righteous anger that we have. It's we're supposed to love our brothers and love our neighbors and not hate them and feel anger, and we're supposed to turn the other cheek, or whatever Christian fucking ideals or whatever shit you believe in, the golden rule or whatever. Golden rule says we let it go, but I feel shame. I still feel fucking shame that I hate you so much, but I do. I hate the fucking system, and I hate the fucking people who ruined my life. It took everything that I care for and I value away. And so there will be a redemption arc, and this is the redemption arc, but that will never change the fact that I feel shame, and I bounce back and forth between, righteous fucking anger, and I would hang all these fucking hang all these people, you know what I'm saying? And then feeling complete and utter loss and shame for that statement that I just made, and bouncing back and forth between them. It's a very understandable thing if you've ever been fucking righteously trespassed against. It's a righteous thing. You go from feeling righteous, complete anger and rage and enough to stick a shotgun up in somebody's face, and then feeling complete shame over it because you've lost control of your manhood, you've lost control of your fucking power, you've lost control of your life and your actions, and you have become basically an animal of rage and deceit and controlling and violence and stuff, and so you can get shame and rage in the same sentence. Yeah, I just did it.
And his 4 children. I don't want them kids to be terrorized. I really am concerned about that.
Angry and furious.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
seeming like
But
he's
when
gonna
you
kill
fuck me
Richard.
over this badly, I don't care how you feel, right? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna take mine with me. Yep. So not only, yeah, I could see doing this too. I could be like, yeah, and it's weird, sick content, but I could see doing this. It was like, I'm not here to kill anybody, and I expect to get out of this alive, and I want to see a jail cell at the end of it. You're gonna make that fucking happen, but I'm gonna get what I fucking want, whether you like it or not, because I am better than City Hall. I've always been better than City Hall, like this guy or whatever. And it's stupid, and that kind of talk is fucking crazy. It's just crazy. But so then you feel this shame spiral. You go back and forth from anger and shame and all that, but you do take control of the situation and you get what you fucking want if you're stronger than them. I've never known a real man there's not too many real men on the fucking planet. I've never known a real man to fucking back down. Not really, I've never backed down, not really. Not unless they fucking force me with jail time or I'm walking some eggshells with my family or something like that. I can fucking back down, man. No.
So, as you could imagine...
And so I expect to get, if I would ever do a saw trap like this, I'd tell him, you're going to make sure that not only does this fucking dude, but me and you get through this alive. You're going to fucking control yourself, pig. There's no blah, 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 constantly for 24/7 and shit here. You're going to control yourself, pig fucker, fucking pig. You're going to control yourself. Right? And you can see where the anger and the shame begins to mix, and then you get really angry and really shamed that you just said something like that, right? And you feel shame and anger in the same sentence. But when you've been fucked over by the system so fucking badly, or some dude or some bank or whatever the fuck it is, righteous anger is the most terrible thing to ever behold, basically, in a human being. Trust me, they'll stick a shotgun up in your face and tie a string to it and tell you if you move, you're going to blow your own fucking head off. That's what's going to happen. That's the righteous anger that I've got, that I've had to conquer in the last 3 years. That's why I don't care if anybody doesn't like me. I don't care if they fucking judge me. I don't care if they don't like my attitude or if I'm angry or anything. I don't give a flying fuck what anybody else thinks. I was treated differently than most people. And the anger is righteous and it's very difficult to let it go, but it's a battle and I do it all the time. You can hear it. It does not control me anymore. You can hear it in my voice. I'm completely fine,
Police begin to fill in...
But I don't understand people like this. People that don't have anything to lose because everything that they had was taken from them by piece of shit, careless, fucking greedy human beings. Yeah, and the anger gets righteous, and therein lies the plot of an action movie,
first floor of the office building in downtown Indianapolis and evacuating as many people as they can.
Indianapolis.
Eventually, a police officer hears
I would not have
yelling
done
from the
this in
fourth floor,
Indianapolis.
makes his way up the
I would have just
staircase,
left the
quickly
city.
being followed by another officer, and the two of them
Indianapolis
find
pigs,
that
they're likely to just fucking open fire. I guarantee it. They're more likely to open fire than not. I'm not fucking with the Indianapolis pigs. That's not happening. I'll just give them what they want. I'm not ever starting shit in Indianapolis, and that's a compliment to the pigs, as I call them pigs. But trust me, I'm not fucking around with Indianapolis cops back in the 50s or otherwise. I'm not fucking around with Indianapolis cops to pull a crime like this. There's no fucking way I'm not doing that. They're liable to open up and dump a 38 into your fucking face. I guarantee it. They don't fuck around. They're trying to protect the farmer's daughter. They're just gonna open up, you know? I would never have done this with Indianapolis cops. You know what I'm saying? Or Denver. That would have broke my plan.
After the phone call ended, Tony has made his way into the front lobby of Meridian Mortgage with Richard at gunpoint. The cops pull their guns on Tony, who then pulls his own revolver back on them, again with the shotgun still tied to Richard, and the police quickly realize...
Please give control! Please stop lagging!
And that
Please
is
stop!
because of the
You're
intricacies
so annoying.
of the trap that is now tied to Richard's head. Something that I can only describe as a shotgun saw trap. And to really understand how the dead man's line worked and how this entire thing lasted 63 hours,
63 hours.
So to understand why this situation lasted as long as it did, you need to understand how the dead man's line actually worked. Get it? It's a dead man. And I have a line. Look, it's October. I had to do something. The shotgun Tony used was a Winchester 1400, of which he sawed off the barrel and stock of the weapon. A lot of news reports at the time would incorrectly state that he was using a double-barreled shotgun, and if I had to guess, stop moving! And if I had to guess, it's because from...
Stop. Fucking Ranger. Ah. Nice, I stagger now, I guess. You are so annoying. I'm gonna go kick your fucking ass. Come here. Stupid Vicar. I will hurt you. Two Vicars is nasty. 9-pound hammer, nice. That's good. That's a good one. No, I already know it, I guess? Yeah, I guess I do. Oh. 622 pants. Are they better? Nope. Are they BOE? No. I hate BOP. Okay, I want to see what he's going to say, so I'm going to pause it for a second here. I would never ever do something crazy like this, but I have the resentment. Absolutely, I've got the deep, I'm talking never-ending, fucking the power to fuel a billion suns with the fucking anger I have over being treated as I have by this fucking human race on so many different levels. And yeah, and so I love talking about it, letting it out, because I'll never do anything about it. But boy, is the anger actually there. I can't act like it's not, you know? Boy, is the anger actually there, gotta say. It's definitely actually there. It sucks. And so, yeah. And I try to pretend that it's not there, but it's there. It's the righteous anger of a billion sons of being treated as I did. It was just, what? Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Gotta live. Gotta live. Here, can I self-beacon? No, but I can run through the beacon. Please. Let me get there. Please let me get there. Please let me get there. No, gotta get behind cover, behind cover. Gotta get there, gotta get there. Gotta get there. Raise the Soul Warden's flag. Oh, did I get there? Okay. Open it. Fuck. Okay. I don't know if I can fight these, but I'm gonna try. I don't think I can. I've gotta leash them. Oh. Well, at least the thing is exactly by the portal. That's not too bad. No, I want that one. No, I want that one. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy. Now with no aggro, I can probably do it. Oh, isn't there like a box? Yeah, there is a box. Why did they put a box right there? It seems silly. Did I get it? I think I got it. How is that right? I got that? No, there's no way I got that. I can't aggro anything at all. And if I get anything, I've got to kill it. He didn't aggro. I got it. Yes. Go. Go, go, go. This is going to be really hard to do. Really hard to do. Got to get cover. Come on. Hit the thing, not me. Hit the thing, not me. Yes. Okay. Get the next one. Go, 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 go. Maybe the leash. Yeah, go leash. Come on. Leash. Leash, damn it. Leash, you. Oh, God. I don't know. Can I do it? Yeah, he's not padding right now. Come on, come on, come on. Do it. Yes! I don't know how I'm doing this, but I'm doing it somehow without having to do a fucking Merc run. I don't know. That one is a little hard, but maybe I can get cover behind. Yes! Go, go. I can't believe I'm managing this somehow. I pulled it out of my ass, and I don't know how I'm doing this solo. I need a rave for this, but I somehow managed to solo this. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Do it. Yes! Go, fucker, go! Run! Go, fucker, go! Yes, go, 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 go. Am I losing my Final Fantasy character? No, but I need to make sure. Come on now. I'm not losing an 11 character over fucking Merc. I'm not doing that. Come on now. Wait, are they off me? They are off me. Is there chests here? No, it's the banner. I can't believe I soloed this. The likelihood is like fucking 0. It's like 0, but I did it. I somehow just bunglingly soloed this. I guess it's maybe designed to be soloable now. I'm not gonna shill for ECR. Why are we stabbing me? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a soul trial? Damn it. Stupid soul trial. Alright. Maybe I should go to like a wall or something. Where am I now? So go like a little bit northeast, a little bit like that way. Yeah. Sit down by the windmill. There's a butcher. I'll take him. He's going to move right as I walk up. So annoying. Come on, let me get the hit. Let me get the hit. Yeah. Oh, I have 3 minutes left on my food buff. I should just go home. Diddy diddlers. No, I'm alright. Now, are we alive? Yeah, we're alive. Oh, no. Ah! Jump. 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 Jump, you. Ah. I knew it. Aww. Stupid guy. Just melee him. What am I at? What am I at right now? No! No! No. No. X potion, X potion, X potion. See, I knew it. I knew I would lose my hardcore character over this. No, there's no way. There's no way. God damn it. Run the weapon skill. He's scary. Butchers are bad. Oh, God. I don't care if I lose this. Yeah, that's okay. Oh. Go. Heal. Go, heal. Oh. Yep. Ouchies. You're so annoying. Why won't you aim at her? You're so annoying. What? Sit, I'm low. Sit. I will aggro the butcher if I sit here. Come on, run. Yeah, that's good. Don't kill me. Oh. There, I got it. You're so annoying. Uh-oh. Everything's happening. Not too good. Get out. Go. Duck.
Warp drive active.
Did I get away? I think I did. Are you killing my Final Fantasy character? No. Sit. Ugh. Did you... Oh, okay. Oh, he killed me, did he? I can get away. Yeah, get away. I got away. But I'm gonna die. Ah, no. Oh.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
What? Thank God I turned the voices down. Blah, 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 blah. No. Got her.
Am I not?
And I saved my ship, and I saved the day, and I saved my character, and I win. I win everything. Skycat Live wins the internet. Woo! I will win it all. I will save every character. I will win it all.
Don't you see? No one is watching over us.
I'm gonna go pee while this
There
rolls.
is no
I'll be right back.
God. We are alone. Each of us. In the end.
Okay, let's get to 65. When I turn in, it's going to be a nice chunk, probably like half a level, something like that. Am I done here? Wake up, huh? Okay. Thank God I lived. I got to go back and restock like everything that I used. And I'm full, and I need Signet. And that's the story, the end, goodbye. Every day I see a hardcore Final Fantasy XI character die. It sucks. I could go to the dunes now and level for a while. I have all the tools to survive. Okay, so... Oh, you know, I needed to go into the mock house. I don't know why I came over here. Oh, well. I'm going to drop this trick staff off. It won't be ready until tomorrow. Maybe I should go and actively try and get a black drop, maybe. It's hard to get, though. But it would be faster than walking, so I'm going to try. Yeah, when I don't like this story, I'm going to stop paying attention to it.
Warden and Isabella knelt before each other. Silence.
Good for kids. Good for a 12-year-old kid. They probably really like this story. It's good.
It reminded me
But there's not really, you know, it's kind of a castrated MMO story that I don't care about.
the silent acknowledgement of divine love.
Why is this fucking map so white? Why?
Here in this foul place,
Raise soul
that
work better.
silence has been shattered forever. It is accomplished, and the tomb is empty. But she is not here. She is not here. Is not here. There is no redemption.
Are you not going to let me through? You're not going to let me through? Why? Just let me through. Who cares? Oh my god. You and your... I mean, full-blown, that's a visible wall. You and your visible walls. Okay, so... my map appears to be screwing up for some reason. I guess that's a fairly fast travel. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. We'll go stack stuff. $25K. Tree out bulbs, grain seeds, leather gorget, grain seeds. Royal Footman's bandana, another 12 grand for the Republic harness, and there's a lot of the money that I needed. Legionnaires didn't sell. We will try to gather things now to sell. I believe my main or one of the alts has more jars for me, like 20 more jars for me, and I kind of need them. That stacks pretty well. Yeah, stack, damn it. Why aren't you stacking there? So nice. Yeah, there's a lot of room in that one. We'll use that for item storage, I guess. Stackable items. There's an X potion. That's good. Wind crystals, bone chips, anything that stacks, I'm just going to throw into the second one. And we'll keep singles in the first one. Because it doesn't have much room after all the furniture anyways. See, there's a lot more to stack too. Gonna have some money here. 65 beastman seals. Nope. Why is the small sword? Oh, right. Oops. Okay, we're gonna put the tree staff away for now. The Persicos, I gotta buy a Persicos and an X potion, and also I need to dump all of the stackables out of this box. Okay, so let's go up the hill. Oh, I want to watch this, though. I'm going to stop here where it's safe, and I'm going to watch this. Ugh, why is the map so fucked up? Anyways, yeah, I want to stop for a second. Okay.
The untrained eye, it looks like there are two barrels
I like his visual aids. They're actually so compelling.
sticking out of the front of the gun, when in reality he just sawed the barrel down to where the tube is underneath the barrel. So effectively, Tony was using a semi-automatic shotgun, of which shells are reloaded from the tube that rides underneath the barrel, through the action in the middle, and into the barrel up top. Now, I don't have a Winchester 1400, and I certainly don't have one that I'm going to saw the barrel and stock off of in order to create a felony weapon. That's another thing that doesn't get brought up enough with this case.
This is a
Tony
felony
committed
weapon.
a felony by sawing the barrel of the gun.
Yeah, sawed-offs
down
are
as he
illegal.
did. That just never comes up anywhere, so don't know what that's about. So to more accurately demonstrate the distances and how the mechanism works,
See, guns are fine as a visual aid.
I'm going to pull out something a bit smaller. This abomination to God is the Keltec P50 that is about the length, or at least substantial enough, to the sawed-off Winchester that Tony was using. You know, it's times like these when I wonder if my parents were onto something when they insisted I don't drop out of college. So the mechanism worked approximately as shown. Tony had the front of the shotgun wired to Richard's neck. The wire was tight enough that regardless of what position the two of them were turned in, the gun was always aimed at Richard's head. Because of this, in a lot of the footage, you will see Tony leading Richard by pushing the gun barrel into the back of Richard's head and then guiding him around. On the other end of the shotgun, there was a ring tied around the trigger of the weapon itself, in which Tony rested his middle finger. This meant there was constantly tension at the front of the weapon, keeping it pointed towards Richard, and tension at the back of the weapon, ensuring that if something happened to Tony, the gun would go off. This is where the dead man's switch or dead man's line notion comes from, because if anything were to happen to Tony, the weapon would fire.
And this is why you don't be a bastard if you're in City Hall. This is what should happen to you, and honestly, the public had no sympathy.
If at any point Richard was to try to get away from Tony and pull the gun out of his hand, the gun would fire. If Tony was to be shot or fall to the ground, then the same thing
It controls the pigs too. It's good.
would happen. As he goes down, the ring would be pulled and the gun would fire. The mechanism was set up in such a way that the gun was always aimed at Richard, and if anything happened to Tony, it would go off. As mentioned, the weapon was a semi-automatic shotgun. So it's hypothetically possible to get to the side of the weapon and pull back the bolt or do something to jam up the chamber. But Tony had thought ahead of that, and through the entire ordeal had the shotgun covered in a leather sleeve, meaning no one could actually touch the action. It's because of this the altercation lasted as long as it did, because there's no way for someone to get in there and actually prevent the gun from going off. And it's also just one of the most bizarre cases in
They don't want to stop
criminal
him.
history that someone rigged up such a device in order to effectively get payback. So Tony pulls out his revolver and begins to aim it at the
I like the story.
So,
This is why you're not an asshole to somebody.
The heart of the tempest. Captain Isabella herself. Defeated.
Unless they're an asshole to you first.
Abandoned by the power for which she traded everything.
And by asshole, I mean steal their money or crush their dreams or act like a generally the Devil's Cabana boy.
Back from the precipice of doom. But at what cost? So many of their numbers corrupted or lost. Their fragile alliance crumbling
I'll be right back.
as the factions fight for dominance. And what of the allies they believe they've gained in the angry Earth? It would be clear soon enough that the vengeful hand of nature would grasp far more than equilibrium. And the void exposed when the surge in corruption abates would become a threat of itself. As the soulless remnants of this conflict rise from the battlefield to find purpose and power in a source as yet unrealized. Yes, the hapless inhabitants of Aeturnum will soon learn that this chapter may have come to a close, but the real horrors have just begun.
Forgot I had some Rice Krispies. I have this bad problem where no food ever sounds good to me. Almost ever. But Rice Krispies does.
Police and says over and over that he doesn't want to hurt them, he just wants what he feels like he is owed. The police, seeing the mechanism and realizing they can't do much about it, begin to back down the staircase as Tony follows. Also, as you could imagine, the 911 call as well as the evacuation of the office building started to make a lot of noise. So by this point, again, it had been nearly an hour, news crews started to arrive on the scene. The first reporter to arrive on the scene was a man named Skip Hess, who was at the bottom of the stairway as the entourage of the police officers and Tony, holding two guns,
Skip Hess,
then tied to Richard, made their way past Skip as they went out the door and onto the streets of downtown Indianapolis. It was then at 9:10 a.m.
This guy was so angry
that the first footage of the event begins to be made. A huge source that I need to shout out for where not only a lot of this information, but a lot of the footage you're seeing came from is a website called deadmansline.com. Dead Man's Line was a documentary about this entire event that came out in 2018 for Amazon Prime, and sadly since then seems to have been taken off of Amazon Prime. So thanks to the age of entirely digital media, it is inaccessible. If it wasn't for Nuclear on Twitter, which huge shout out to him for getting me a copy by other means, a lot of this information otherwise would have just been lost media. And the website for the documentary, again, deadmensline.com, is a great resource for a ton of the information and footage around this case, and I'll have it linked in the description. When Tony makes his way out of the office building, he takes a left down the street out front. Now, given that in a moment Tony is going to start asking for a police car, you'd think it would make more sense if he takes a right down the street where he parked his vehicle. However, for whatever reason, maybe confusion, maybe because a police car just causes more noise, Tony takes a left. With the news crew still filming him, Tony ducks into a parking garage, and while in the parking garage, runs into somebody he knows, which had to be an absolutely absurd moment for that guy. Imagine you just see one of your coworkers or acquaintances out in public and they have a shotgun tied to someone's head, and then, as Tony does, starts demanding to drive your vehicle. The man tells Tony no, so Tony has to awkwardly back out of the ramp that leads down to the parking garage and continue his way down the streets of Indianapolis. He then makes his way onto Washington, which I am not from Indianapolis, but I am told is a pretty big street in Washington. At this point, there are police officers everywhere. At some point, a superior officer had told the men not to aim their guns at Tony, as the guns aren't going to do a lot. So there's just a bunch of police officers awkwardly...
I spent my whole life not trying to be somebody like this, and I've succeeded.
following him.
It's an inner battle. They want to turn some gun on somebody on the outside. Nope, just something bad happened to you. It happens to everybody. Life is just a random set of occurrences. We're all just a random speck of dust flying on a random speck of dust. You don't know what's going to happen. And so blaming other people and turning your anger outward is not productive. Turning it inner is not productive either. Letting it go. Letting it go. Now, should you let it go every time somebody wrongs you? No. You tell the world. And you spend your time telling the world. And if they don't ever care, then you aren't ever going to get anything with it. But turning a gun on somebody else is just unacceptable. That's the behavior of an animal. We can't have that in civilized culture. Disgusting.
Around holding weapons, but like pointing them in the air. At one point, Tony takes rest at an entryway to a store on Washington.
My guns are in a
it's
safe.
at this point that you can see he is very on edge. He keeps screaming and
One of the big
shouting.
things that I got when I bought this place is a safe. You understand?
And everyone who was witness to this was afraid that at any second he was going to kill Richard. In contrast to Tony, Richard is incredibly calm. As a matter of fact, I think the only reason this entire situation went the way that it did is because Richard is one of the most cool and collected people I have ever seen. I can't even imagine how stressful that is to have a shotgun tied to your head with someone screaming that they are going to kill you for
What can you
days on
do?
end.
You can't do
Somehow, throughout
anything.
The entire thing, Richard kept his tone, stayed collected, and managed to be rational. This is especially apparent in what happens as Tony continues his way down the street.
Because he's probably an asshole.
A negotiator approaches Tony and starts to try to start a conversation. As he does, Tony swings around to point his revolver at the negotiator. Now, this was February in Indianapolis. In other words, it was very cold, about 10 degrees by most reports. So a lot of the sidewalk in Indianapolis was cold. Now, he does, Tony swings and starts to try to start a conversation. As he does, Tony swings around to point his revolver at the negotiator. Now, this was February in Indianapolis. In other words, it was very cold, about 10 degrees by most reports. So a lot of the sidewalk in Indianapolis was covered in ice, meaning when Tony swung around, he, for a brief moment, slipped. And, as the dead man's line implies, if he moves too far away from Richard too quickly, the gun will go off. But Richard, who is completely aware of every micro movement Tony is making, the moment Tony slips, Richard ducks down with him. If it had not been for Richard ducking down at that precise second, then he would have been shot in the head in front of a bunch of news reporters. As well as, one of the busiest streets in Indianapolis. Tony begins to yell at the negotiator that he's going to get this man killed, so the negotiator backs off and they don't try that again.
Yeah, don't try that
Tony eventually
again.
makes his way down the street and sees an officer named Kaufman standing in front of his open police cruiser.
I can't believe
Tony
this.
goes up to Kaufman and takes a pair of
This is the hidden rage of an American white man. It is deplorable. It is disgusting. It is gun violence. It is violence of a maniacal crazy man, like an evil man, and it represents everything I hate about America. This is the image that people have of us, I think, and it sucks when we actually do it.
You made it.
The cuffs off of Kaufman's belt.
Some falling down. Remember Falling Down? Kurt Russell. I'm sorry, was it Kurt Douglas? I'm sorry, Kurt Douglas. I think it was. Kurt Douglas is as Falling Down. Amazing fucking movie, all about this stuff, about how really twisted and fucked up these things get, how there's always something going on in the scene that the public doesn't know about, so they glorify it. There's, you know, all this stuff about it. You know, Falling Down was kind of like about this sort of dude who just ends up losing it and having, you know, just running out of bandwidth to deal with all the bullshit or whatever. And I get it, but I spent my entire life trying to maintain... Yeah, that's enough. That's all I need to say. I spent my entire life trying to maintain some semblance of my pride, my humanity, my dignity, my class, my respect. You know, I never harmed another living thing. I would never stick a gun up in somebody's face. I would never use this as some way to get some kind of revenge porn or something. I really don't know what this guy was thinking. But this is, to me, the core of the problem with America. When we get pushed too far, we result as... sticking a shotgun in somebody's face. I think it's kind of fucked up. It's not the image that I want from Americans. It's not the image I want from Indiana. One of my best friends is from Indiana, and someone I really love is from Indiana, and it's not a good look for Indiana. It's not a good look for America. There's a lot of deeper, more subtle stuff going on with this particular case that's like, you know, indicative of fed up America. We just go stick a gun in somebody's face. Maybe we do a Saw thing or a Granby tank so we get real famous. But overall, we go and stick a gun up in somebody's face. It's not too good.
Seems you're...
Reminds me of teenagers banging in the streets, you know, of like Baltimore or something like that. Their solution to all of it is just to go stick a gun up in somebody's face. And like the rappers have all said, we know that you know how to kill somebody, but do you actually have the strength to know how to let somebody live and go on as a man and deal with your fucking problems as a real fucking thing? Or do you have to fucking stalk somebody or be an obsessed asshole or something all of your fucking life? Do you have to be some fucking loser that's violent? Do you have to be somebody who glorifies violence? Do you need somebody? Do you need violence in your everyday life? Do you like? There's all these problems, you know. And it's like, no, I don't, and I don't want those things, and I don't want you making us look like we engage in these things all the fucking time, because the America that I know is extremely civilized. If you take a cab across any major city in Denver, you're going to see a lot of poverty and a lot of savagery and a lot of fucking homeless people and stuff. But you're going to see a civilized people that isn't shooting each other. That isn't going to happen. You'll see some gun violence sometimes on gang corners and stuff, yeah. You'll see some gun murders that happens in Chirac and all these other places. And but you won't see, what you won't see is mass disorder or a lot of gun violence happening all the time. That's not going to happen. What you're going to see is mostly a civilized people driving their cars around, doing their various different things. I mean, that's what you're going to see. We are such a civilized people, so when some nut does something like this, it makes us all look like this. But honestly, if you come to my country, you're going to understand it's actually really extreme. We're more extreme. Bad things do happen here. And gun violence happens here, and people do get killed by gun violence here. It does happen, but it's not some crazy number. It's like 3,000 a year or something like that. Of the 700 million people that we have here, the other 700 fucking million people don't cap each other in the fucking streets. We have a civilized, wonderful people. And I hate it when idiot fucking fed up white men strap some fucking gun and stick it in some other fucking innocent's face to get what they want. Pushing little children with fully automatics. They like to push the weak around, you know.
Use these handcuffs to...
That man that he's got the shotgun to the back of the neck to, he doesn't have shit. He doesn't have a weapon. To me, it's the exact same thing as when the EvE pilots fucking ganked me on Ventures and shit like that. Nah, the career that you built is pushing people around who don't have weapons. That makes you a pussy, not a strong man. Doesn't make you a man of power or somebody to respect or anything like that. You cheated and you used violence and the threat of death to get what you wanted. You know, the real men work their shit out.
To handcuff Richard so that
Real you know. Real gangsta motherfuckers play their cards right. They don't run fast. They don't fucking, they don't run from their fucking problems.
Richard couldn't try anything to get away. As if, the guy had an option at this point. Tony begins to make his way to the cop car, and as he does, to just add to the chaos of everything, a driver who is witnessing this and, looking out his side window to watch the insanity unfold, loses control of his car and crashes into a light pole. Tony and Richard get into the police cruiser by Tony going first and climbing over the middle console, pulling Richard into the driver's seat of the car.
That's
Tony
an
orders
extreme way
Richard
to do
drive, and the two of them take off through
it. In a cop car?
He had me come over and he took my handcuffs.
Fucking awesome.
And put him in his pocket.
And he's like, give me the keys. I want him to take me away. I don't care what he does to me. I just don't want you guys to get hurt, probably, is what this guy's saying. That's insane.
He jumped in the police car there and then went west.
Now, initially, a lot of people assumed Tony was going to...
This guy that he did this to must have been a fucking asshole. You don't get this kind of treatment unless you've done something fucked up. And we're going to hear the whole story, and it's going to be something sordid, like slept with his wife, or destroyed his business, or something, or destroyed his life, or destroyed his family's life, or something. Trust me, it's going to be like that. And so you're gonna feel like this guy's some crazy fucking asshole till you hear why he's doing this. And this is what's always so good about action movies and stuff. There's always some fucking twist, Hans Gruber's brother or something like that,
Make a run for it or go to an airport and demand a plane. As a matter of fact, Tony simply drives home. His home being apartment C308 at Crestwood Village.
C308.
Tony makes his way to this apartment with the police and reporters hot on his trail. Once Tony and Richard get back to Tony's apartment, Tony says through the front door of the apartment that the entire place is rigged to explode. So immediately, the entire apartment building, as well as the surrounding area, is evacuated. And it was at this apartment building that the majority of the standoff would take place. Now, initially, the police thought
it's like that movie, The Negotiator.
Explosive threat was just a bluff to get the police to back off.
Kevin Spacey was exonerated, right? So it's okay for me to like Kevin. Is it okay to like Kevin Spacey? I can't tell. Is he a rapist or not? Is it okay to like Kevin Spacey's work? I don't know. I'm going to Google it because it's like I'm going to ask the great Google God if it's okay for me to like Kevin Spacey. Sexual misconduct allegations. Some say he was supportive. Yeah, but... Yeah, like, I got no issue after a bit. I am weirded out. They're all like this, apparently. Yeah, Seven ends up being a terrible guy. He plays villains. I don't really think about how much Spacey actually plays villains, but he's like a villain guy. Baby Driver. Yeah, I forgot he was in Baby Driver, yeah. Or no, I'm sorry, I haven't seen Baby Driver. I'm thinking of a different thing. What am I thinking of? Baby Reindeer. What is Baby Driver? I don't think I've seen that one before. Baby Driver. Ansel Elgort, Lily James. Lily James is hot. John Hamm, Kevin Spacey, Jamie Foxx. Sold, but what is it? I've never seen this. Wow, they developed Baby Driver for 2 decades. Wow. I don't want to ruin it. Who is this now? Ansel Elgort. I don't know that person, but okay. Lily James. I don't remember where I've seen her from. Just William. I don't think I've seen her. John Hamm, huh? Yeah, cool. Yeah, what was the reception to this? Visual effects and stuff, stunts and choreography. It's an action movie, is it? But yeah. Financial success. So the film's going to falter in China. Performance going to mix it to the Baby Driver at the 107. That's going to show the strong potential for the. Maybe I'll watch this tonight, huh? I didn't know. Okay. But I mean, it's modern. It can't be good. I mean, yeah, scummy character in Baby Driver was a few Freud who said sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. No. Yeah, I guess. So I don't want to log out. Ah. Okay, well, anyways,
However, after snipers had set up positions around Tony's apartment, they could visibly see that the windows as well as the front door were wired. So, the police, not understanding the mechanisms of this explosive, were afraid that if they broke the door or even broke a window, it could cause the whole building to go up. This effectively made it impossible for any surrounding snipers or SWAT teams to take a shot. Now, as mentioned, they can't take a shot regardless while Tony is hooked up to the dead man's line, but if Tony was to unhook himself or step away for a moment at any point in the ensuing altercation, then the police still couldn't take a shot because potentially the building will explode if they do. So Tony had the upper ground and the police effectively just had to wait. Now, there are some interesting points in hindsight to the way Tony had set up his apartment. For one, as far as the explosive goes, there was an explosive, but only kind of. So it is true that he had the windows wired and he had the front door wired, that if either
I'm gonna relog
because
my map's all fucked
it would
up.
set off a mechanism. However, the mechanism wasn't an explosive per se. Instead, in the living room, he had this kind of device set up that was two bottles of gasoline on a chair that was leaned back and a candle that was lit and just burning above it. So the idea was if a window was shattered or the front door kicked in or something like that, it would dump the gasoline all over the floor and then the lit candle would ignite the gasoline. So no, it wouldn't blow up the building and kill everyone in it.
It would kill them.
But it's probably not a good idea to introduce, an immolation to this ordeal. And of course, if Tony and Richard were still in the room, it would be unlikely that you could get them out in time. And again, the police didn't know the specifics of this device while the standoff was happening. This was all figured out later. So they were still under the impression that everyone in the building was going to die if they tried entry. Another interesting point of note that doesn't get brought up a lot is seems from the furniture in Tony's apartment that he had arranged it to match the office of ML Hall. Most likely, as mentioned, Tony had been planning this ordeal for some time to methodically plan out each step he would take in Hall's office to go about the ransom. Again, he didn't expect ML Hall to be on vacation, so he had to take his son Richard instead. But again, this is all to point out that Tony was very purposeful in his foreplanning. Also, some people look at this and say, oh, okay, maybe a lot of this went wrong. Maybe Tony intended to have the entire hostage situation be at Hall's office. That's why he had everything mapped out. But if that was the case, then why have the apartment building already rigged to blow? Or, catch on fire? Maybe as a backup plan, but to me at least, it seems that Tony had always planned to make it back to the apartment.
I'm gonna go look for
first
my
place.
yellow jars.
It's a lot easier to hold someone hostage in a building that you cannot be shot through. Some of the authorities and news reporters tried to make contact with Tony, but were unsuccessful initially. Again, his emotions were on full display, as sometimes he would be screaming through the door to his apartment, and other times he'd be crying over the situation. Tony had one brother he did like, and someone who he agreed to talk to, his brother Jimmy. So as this was going on, the police sent a helicopter to pick up Jimmy and bring him to the apartment ASAP.
You gotta come.
This was also, as you can imagine,
It's so
the biggest
insane.
story in Indianapolis at the time. Every broadcasting station was cutting their program to inform people on the latest update in the Kritzis standoff. And people were scrounging for any information they could dig up about Tony. This is where stories like the kidnapping of his sister first came out. The entire time Tony was in his apartment, he was listening to the Channel 6 News, which was providing coverage from outside of the apartment building. From here, Tony would begin to call several news stations so that he could give his side of the story. And it was here that the reputation of the kidnapping would begin to take shape. Tony portrayed himself as a man who was a hard worker and had a rough patch in life, who was down on his luck and demanded that somebody should pay for it. He felt that he was done wrong by the powers that be and wanted to make the world know it. One of his biggest sources of this was a man named Fred Hickman, who had a radio station and interviewed Tony for several hours during this entire ordeal.
Those of you
Wow.
who may be offended by some rather strong language, I would advise you to tune out.
I'm the strongest man mentally that I know. The average guy that would have gone through this
Yep.
would have already had a heart attack and or a stroke.
I believe him.
These guys are lucky they're dealing with me. Because
Yeah, they are.
Norman would have already shot him.
And
Shot
it was
him.
through
Yep.
all of this that the people of Indianapolis
I can feel the
began
same way.
to see Tony
Yep.
as not a terrorist who was looking
No, but
to
just a
kill
misunderstands
someone or potentially
somebody who was
kill someone for his
victimized.
own gain,
Yeah.
but instead as an anti-hero. And to understand that, you kind of need to understand the climate of the time. The 1970s were a very tumultuous time in American society. The war in Vietnam was over, and a lot of counterculture movements began to prop up. Several of these being anti-establishment and
1698
anti-authority mindsets.
jars.
In some
I'm gonna
cases
just
were
go
very
buy
pronounced,
them.
but in others were just more subtle. The idea of the chosen few, or the respected who help manage society through big business and banks, was now seen as the enemy. Most of the people who were witnessing the hostage situation had probably felt they were screwed over by some bank or business at some point in their life. A lot of this can be reflected in media at the time. Just a year prior to the kidnapping, the film Taxi Driver came out, which that movie is all about
wow.
an individual who feels fed up with the system.
Yeah, so
and
they were
wants to do
thinking
something
about it.
violent about it.
Yeah.
And Tony, speaking over and over to different news stations about how he didn't want to do this, but he just felt that he was the little guy who was being taken advantage of, helped push this narrative. As a matter of fact, it seems that Tony got a lot of his
Righteous
influences
anger.
from media. And this isn't my own research that has pulled this out. Again, this is all from deadmansline.com, my beloved. For one, in front of news cameras, Tony referred to a lot of people around him as baby. And as a matter of fact, he said it quite a lot.
Where's it at? I don't know who he is. Hey, baby. I thought of that.
This was shared in common with a popular program at the time known as Kojak, which was seen as a cool, no-nonsense guy that plays by his own rules. Even if Tony didn't take that speech pattern from Kojak, it certainly helped his whole case that he has something in common with the cool character you see on Saturday night television, or Friday night, or whatever night Kojak came on. Another influence that I think he 100% got this idea from is Hawaii Five-0. In an episode of Hawaii Five-0,
Oh, no.
a character who is
Oh,
holding someone
no.
hostage duct tapes a shotgun to their head. And much like with Tony's kidnapping, it is set up in such a way that if any sudden movement is to happen, the gun will go off. I mean, heck, going back to Taxi Driver, the arm mechanism that Travis builds in that movie.
Is the same thing. I remember a particular episode of Batman the Animated Series, and if I were to ever do something really crazy to the city of Denver for what they did to me, it would do something along the lines of that, where it was this episode called The Gray Ghost, and it was this maniacal toy maker, toy seller. He had a toy store. This maniacal toy store guy was blowing up banks with remote control cars. And it was one of Batman's particularly worst ones, because somebody copies this episode, and Batman can remember when he was a kid watching an episode of The Gray Ghost, which was the influence on Batman. They're actually talking about The Shadow, but you know, The Shadow was a huge influence on me as well, more so than Batman. And The Shadow was a huge influence on me because I knew more about The Shadow than I did the Batman when I was young. I don't remember The Shadow well now, but when I was young, I was a big Shadow convert, and I watched The Shadow quite a lot. All the movies, all the serials. And the Shadow or slash Gray Ghost influences Bruce Wayne when he's a kid. He watches the television show and he sees this old episode of The Gray Ghost where this mad maniacal toy maker is blowing up banks. And then this starts happening in Gotham like 50 years later. Or whatever, 40 years later, when Batman's like an older man, middle-aged. And so he remembers the episode, and this is how he catches him. And so he goes back and he asks the actor who plays the Gray Ghost, which is ironically Adam West, the guy who played the original Batman. And so there was Kevin Conroy, the best Batman that we've ever had, but then opposite him was Adam West, and it was something really special episode of the Gray Ghost. And I thought, well, yeah, if I ever really didn't like what Denver did to me, I could just strap a bomb to an RC car, call him up on the phone, tell him to evacuate that fucking building. You got yourself about 25 minutes to evacuate that building, and if you're in there, you're gonna die. And then I send an RC car in there. They can't stop an RC car. They'll never stop. I mean, they don't know what's coming. You don't tell them it's an RC car. You say, oh, I've already planted the bomb in the building or something like that, right? And you send an RC car right up to the motherfucking front door with some C4, and you just blow that motherfucker, right? And I would never do this, but that would, like, you can see how old television. And so I've always thought that The Gray Ghost was actually a really, really, really bad I think it's it's my favorite episode of Batman the Animated Series, or I don't know if it's my favorite. I think my favorite is actually the Suicide Squad one, or not Suicide Squad, but the all the villain females join a club, and I forget the name of that one, but yeah. But no, The Great Ghost is my favorite episode, and it's maybe the most classic one, and it's really amazing show, and I won't spoil what happens, but it's super good. And I always thought, yeah, why not take something I learned from a television show when I was a kid and use it, because they would never be able to stop you if you get the right kind of drone. Just get a drone, send a drone in there with a bomb. And I wouldn't say I would ever do something like that, but that was the fantasy for a long time. That was the fantasy, because they did righteously hurt me really bad for no reason. For what? Doing drugs? And so I was very angry at them for all the fucking bullshit they used to make me go through. And my girlfriends. And all my friends. Everybody that I knew was hurt by the cold. Everybody I knew was an addict of something, and everybody I knew was hurt by the cold, and it was fine that we were addicts. It was not fine that they continually tried to fucking imprison us, or snare us up in court, or charge us money, or persecute us, or anything like that. And I did not want to be treated by my own country like that, like I was a fucking foreign adversary or some such. And so I had this righteous anger that I had to let go. They took it so far. They kept pushing so many goddamn false charges. They kept trying to destroy me. And so I had to let it go. Or it would have gone to some place like this. You understand? But I never would have harmed anybody. My glee is in destroying the place and then telling the world why. You might get resolution if you just send the manifesto being like, yeah, I blew up this place with an RC car. It's because you filed seven false assault charges on me. I'm never going to tell you who I am, but you did file 7 false assault charges on me, and this is the comeuppance, right? And I have mental masturbation fantasies about this all the time. time. It's a very sick fantasy. But that's what got me out of the sickness and out of the anger. It's just like, you know, imagining them, you know, getting their comeuppance, and at no point would I ever want to hurt anybody. I just want to blow up the place where they hurt all those people. It's like a symbol, you know? I just want to blow up the place where they hurt all of those people that I love in the place where I was born, in the place that I love the most. I had to leave the place that I love the most because of people like them. I had to leave that place because of them. I had to leave the place that I love the most because of people like them. Oh. Oh. I wandered outside, but I guess I have some objective here, I guess.
Oh.
I'm gonna flag. "15 seconds. I'm gonna get one of them. Watch. I know I can get one of them. Oh, no. Damn it. Okay, here it comes. Oh, these guys aren't flagged. Damn it, they're not flagged. How did you kill the other guy then? Oh, I was gonna gank this motherfucker. I was like, how are you not flagged? Like, what? I saw you kill a guy, didn't I? No, they were just killing each other, I guess, and dueling. I kept creeping up on two guys. Like I probably freaked them out so bad. It was like, they're like, what the fuck? I was like, yeah, I kept creeping up. I crept and hid. I was waiting for one of them to get low and then just fucking waste the other one. But they weren't flagged. God damn it. I'm getting to a level where I can actually beat them, maybe. Okay, I have to go north to the crow's nest. Okay, I went too far. Oops. Okay, let's listen to more of the story, but first I need to go get Bez.
To have a gun propel out of his coat sleeve is pretty similar to having a line tied to your ring finger that connects your arm to a shotgun. Again, even if Tony didn't directly draw from these influences, an audience that is drawing from these influences constantly sees someone who looks like the things they see on TV, looks like someone who hates the establishment and big banks as much as they do. And because Tony was controlling the narrative during this whole thing, I mean, it's not like he was going to give Richard the phone, Tony got to have the final say. At one point, the police...
One of the problems with this, that's actually a solution, it's kind of funny, that as negative as it was that he did this, when the pigs and the bankers see that this happens, they think twice a little bit. You'd be surprised. But yeah, when the pigs in the bank, the pigs in the bank pigs, they see that one of them is actually taken to task, and a real man was hurt by a banker or whatever, and they see what this poor fucking banker schmo goes through just for closing on somebody's house. It causes them a little bit. I'm talking like a little bit. I'd say probably about 2% of the whole pie. A 2%, like a little 2% of a second, of a pause. They think about it a little bit. They're like, oh well, if I foreclose on all these middle class people's houses, are they all gonna strap shotguns to the back of my head? And it at least enters a thought into their fucking head not to foreclose on on poor, hapless, middle-class people's houses, you know, that can't actually put up with that sort of abuse. Maybe they think a little bit first. They're like, well, maybe I could be kind to this person this year rather than foreclosing, maybe. Maybe they think like, oh, maybe this person shows up and puts a shotgun to my temple. It's kind of crazy. It's like, you know, and that's why he did this. And honestly, I think it does work. If there's anything that's ever going to get them to think twice about treating us like garbage and walking all over us and foreclosing on our houses. You know how many houses my mother has lost? It's insane. Like four. They always like came after her for fucking debt and then foreclosed on her house and shit. It was so fucked up. And she worked hard all of her life, and there was periods in her life where she was a millionaire. But still, they kept fucking with her on foreclosures and shit like that because they're bankers. They're fucking worthless. They're such assholes. So like, hopefully this sort of shit maybe makes them think a little bit, you know, a little bit more. Maybe their corporate overlords see that this shit is happening and who it's happening to, and they say, wow, this is the public's perception of what bankers are doing, huh? Well, we don't want that image at WAMU or fucking, you know, Chase JP Morgan or whatever. We don't want that image, and we don't want them hating bankers and sticking shotguns with dead man lines up to the back of their heads and shit like that. If that's what they want to do to bankers, maybe we better chill a little bit, right? And that's what he's trying to get. And honestly, I think it works too. I don't say people should do this stuff. I just think it works when they do fucking give up their lives to do something like this. When someone martyrs themselves to do this, like honestly, I think it does cause pause, you know? Now, do the bankers stop stealing? Fuck no. Does it affect their bottom line? Nope. Not the 98% that they steal. No. It might affect them 2% where they have to meet some fucking shareholder's desire for their image to look better. So they don't steal they don't foreclose on so many clients kind of thing. Yeah. Maybe 2% of their business is affected by a martyr like this or something like this. I guarantee it's 2% of their bottom line or something. It's never anything even worth sticking a gun in somebody's face for. It never stops anything at all. It never solves anything. Never does anything. And so, and violence just never is the answer. It just never does anything. So like, honestly, what did he actually attain here? What we're hoping for is every once in a while, when a banker's sitting across from the client and they're thinking about stamping that red stamp on the fucking foreclosure sign, they think about what has happened in the past and they remember this story, the shotgun line dude. And they think, man, is that what maybe this middle-class person is going to do to me after I wreck their life, take their home away from them, cast their family to the fucking wind, force them to move in with their in-laws or some shit, which is the worst torture most of them can imagine, is having to move in with the in-laws. Okay, so a man loses his job, and he has a house and 2.5 kids and a car, 2 cars, and station wagon and a pickup truck, right? And he's living middle class in the fucking, and he loses his job at the factory plant because it shuts down or some shit. And he's been a factory plant dude his whole life, and there's no other jobs for factory plants dudes in that town. But they live in that town, so where do they go? They're not going to go anywhere because they have a house in that town. They're not going to leave in that town because they own the house. They had to borrow $400,000 from their fucking family to go get some mortgage when they were, you know, college kids, like the Simpsons and stuff. And they've had that house for 23 years. Dude's an alcoholic now because he doesn't have a job anymore. The plant's shut down. The white baby cheats on him because he's an alcoholic and an asshole, and he beats the kids now because he's a fuck up. And so then he goes to the bank in the morning. They tell them they're foreclosing, right? Because the banker has heard about the shotgun line man, he might think better, maybe, of foreclosing on this obvious dude who's obviously got an alcohol problem, whose wife's just cheated on him. He's in the bank's fucking office telling the fucking banker that he can't foreclose on him. He's about to lose his family anyways, and all this other shit, right? And he can't foreclose on me. He's gonna kill me. I'll go to war against the bank, right? And trust me, that's what every banker hears when they foreclose. Hopefully this story pops into their fucking head when they consider who they're doing it to at the least. But that's the problem with this white anger crime stuff, like Falling Down wanted to kind of illustrate, is that the only people that this buys anything for is middle-class privileged white people. And honestly, the people that are victimized by these banks the worst are people of color, frankly. It's weird that you know, honestly, I can see the black people burning down the LA projects and shit over Rodney King and all this because of the profiling and the problems and stuff. I can see that, but I don't see them burning down their own neighborhoods as they did. It was bad for their image. What they should have done is taken a nice little 5-minute drive over to Rodeo and looted and sacked Rodeo. Then they wouldn't be the LA projects anymore. And that's the problem. Like, the minute that you do something crazy, it's never going to be what actually solves your problem. Like, you want to go at it like Gandhi. You want the community to help you solve the problem. You never stick a gun in somebody's face. It's never going to get you anywhere. It's never going to get you closure or anything like that. It's not going to solve your fucking problem. It never, ever has worked. In the history of mankind, there's never been an instance where somebody stuck a gun or a knife or a sword or whatever the fuck kills you in somebody else's face and demanded something, and nothing but good things happened, right? Nothing but good things happened. That's just never happened. It's always bad when we do that. It's always bad. So, you know, sticking a gun in that guy's face, I love seeing his face. His face is fucking weird. Sorry to let him move it. Seeing the gun is, you know, seeing the gun in the politics of this is disgusting. What he needed to do was stand outside the dude's work and start a passionate chant where he gets all the people of the city to stand with him while he yells about what happened to him. That's a good story. That plays well. It doesn't harm anybody. He yells to high heaven and gets all the fucking press of the world talking about him. And he demands that somebody in the community helps him get his answer over the bank foreclosing on his house or something like that. Or, you know, or in The Simpsons, like trust me, everybody passes the plate around and they say, okay, you can live at my cousin's house for a couple of months for free. And in return, you know, all you have to do is turn that frown upside down, right? The community will help you when you're going through terrible things. That's what's so great about America. It's communism. What is so great about America? It's the communism. It's the community that we form when we tighten around each other and we circle the wagons like the veritable pioneers that built this country, and we take care of our own, and we do it all the time with you know, shelters and food banks. And you know, I had an aunt who worked at the food bank for 40 years. I love her. We take care of our own. What we don't do is guns in each other's faces. We don't do well with that. Nothing ever comes good of it. Nothing ever happens good of it. We haven't ever had a revolution in this country, because honest to God, I think the Americans are smart enough to know. I actually have enough fucking faith in ourselves to believe this, that Americans are intelligent enough to know that you can't get anything at the point of a gun. You must get the person to agree with you. If the person doesn't agree with you, they're gonna say yeah in the moment, but they're gonna boil in their head, and they're gonna build a plan, and they're gonna get all the people around them to support them, to back them or something, and they're gonna do something nasty to you, like kill you. It sucks, but that's what happens when you try to make another person do something that they don't want to do. So sticking a gun in their fucking face is unacceptable. Now, what would have been a cooler story is if he just went on down to the fucking downtown Indianapolis, turned a shotgun on himself outside City Hall, and demanded the bank fix his foreclosure problem. I think that's actually way, way cooler. If you're going to turn a gun on somebody, turn it on yourself. And I don't mean that as I'm urging you to do something. I'm saying, like morally, it's a lot more acceptable to do the fucking lying shotgun thing to yourself. That's the problem. And this idiot, he was too low IQ, or he would have known that turning the gun on himself would have worked if he had just told them why he was doing it, and got all the fucking news media to come down and promise him that he wouldn't traumatize them or hurt them unless he didn't get what he wants and all this. And he holds his own life as hostage and then he gets his story out. They throw him in jail for 48 years for terrifying the public and all this shit. But trust me, you're going to get a lot more than that. With that, then you get a lot more flies with honey than by turning the gun on only yourself as opposed to anybody else in your community. It was unacceptable the minute that you turned a gun on someone else in the community. It was unacceptable.
And a way to breach.
And so, honestly, that's why we give SWAT guys sniper rifles, is the minute that you turn on a member of your own community who is an innocent, who has not warranted being like a gun stuck in their face or something like that, right? We give God's own fucking, I'm serious about this, we give God's, and praise to God for our SWAT teams and stuff in this country and all this. I'm not a law and order guy. I don't like law and order, but SWAT doesn't qualify for when I use the word pigs. They don't qualify for that. SWAT's good. And SWAT's got no complaints with SWAT. They've always been something that's really good for us, you know? And so, and I would prefer, honestly, SWAT more than pigs walking down the street with guns on their belts. I think SWAT is a better answer to sheer violence. I want to train cops to be these super specialists that show up to a scene inside of 90 seconds shut the person out with no casualties, basically non-lethal. You know what I'm saying? With like bomb robots and stuff like that. Nothing daunts them or anything like that. I don't think we need pigs walking around with pistols in our cities. I don't believe that's necessary. What I want is crack SWAT teams that show up in helicopters every time there's a gang shooting, every time there's a problem, every time there's a robbery, anything like that. SWAT bangs in like 2.5 minutes. I want specialized police. I don't want pigs walking down the street with guns that end up stepping on the neck of Eric Garner. And so I can't breathe. That's not what I wanted. I want the police to be these crack specialists that are worth their goddamn salt, that show up and fucking end the engagement before anybody's harmed. They don't get in crazy car chases or anything like that. I want police to be armed with EMP bombs so they can just shut out a fleeing suspect vehicle inside of a second, and they drop it from a specialized helicopter and shit like that. I don't see why the tech can't stop these criminals. I don't want beat cops anymore. Frankly, I do, but I don't know. I want them sitting in cars waiting for something to happen, maybe, but what I don't want is them like walking the streets kind of terrifying people with their guns and shit like that. I want crack response teams that are trained specially to like actually solve problems like this, right? So I'm trying to think of some way to shut down the shotgun trap that this guy is setting up, but I don't think there is, and I don't think the pigs can think of it either. But anyways, where I'm going with this is like, I wouldn't hold it against them if they hadn't harmed me so much for no reason. I don't need them to tell my people that they can't do drugs. I don't need them to do that. I don't want them strapped up wandering around my neighborhoods and stuff like that. I want them on crack response teams showing up in helicopters. When there's a high-speed chase, I want EMP bombs shutting down the car within 5 seconds and stuff like this from drones and shit like that. I don't really see why we can't have specialized tech to stop criminals and specialized SWAT response teams and all this, right? So there's one form of pig in this country that I don't call pig, and it's the SWAT team. And I'm sorry, but that's the case. I mean, I'm a really crazy leftist person like this, and I don't like police, and I don't like that our police were trained by Nazis, and all of our interrogators were trained by Nazis, like Hans Scharf and all this. I don't like police, right? But I'll be a lot more okay with police smack ramming into a fucking house with crazy SWAT teams if they were all geared up like 35 deep with non-lethals, and they're all in crazy body armor and shit, and they've got robots and drones and flash EMPs and stuff like that, and they all run in there like a bunch of video game NPCs, and you can't hurt them. They're in fucking crazy ass fucking body armor and shit, and they flashbanged you before they went in there. They can't stop the shotgun line, man, but they can stop most people inside of a second. I don't want whites and blacks roaming our neighborhoods all the time trying to give speeding tickets to people. I need responders. I want first responders that always show up to the scene really fucking fast. I don't need them patrolling. I need them responding to everything really fucking quickly. I don't want them hunting for people. I don't believe that's how police works. I don't think Concord I think Concord should sit there on the corners, and I honestly, a police car should sit there waiting so it doesn't waste my taxpayer money in gasoline for something to happen. I don't need that cop car roaming the fucking streets trying to bust people for drugs. I don't need that. I don't want that from them. I don't want to pay them to do it. What I do want to do is pay a whole lot of specialized SWAT teams, even for the small towns that respond fucking fast to whatever problem it is. And I want them to stop hunting people unless they're actually asked to do so, I'm sorry, but it really feels like most of the time it's entrapment. It's kind of crazy. So
Tony's apartment
So we love our SWAT teams, right? And so when this guy does what he does, we give God's own permission, and I'm talking the president, God, all of the authority in the fucking world falls to a SWAT team sniper's finger, who cannot fire that bullet if there's an innocent in the way, but that's the only reason he can't fire that bullet, and he's given God's own fucking permission. Like literally, the devil will not, like the devil, like it's literally in this culture. It is considered, if he pulls that trigger in the line of duty to take a suspect from taking another life and all that, he goes to heaven. Now, where I come from, if you kill somebody, thou shalt not kill is violated, you go down there, right? But I mean, you know, but we have like a fucking God's own fucking whatever you would call it or whatever, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, like nature's own what's the prerogative to control this madness, and so we give the moral and subjective ride to that SWAT team, and we tell them, okay, God and the president and your mayor and your governor and your senator and your congressman are all saying that you can pull that trigger. You're good. No moral problems. Nobody will ever say you're going to hell. Your Catholic priest will absolve you. Pull that trigger, save a life, right? Now that's where I draw the line with police. They don't have the right to take life. They never did. I don't want them to have that. I want them racked up like non-lethals in fucking super, I'm talking super fucking crazy RoboCop stuff that's a mixture of RoboCop mixed with, you know, what's it called, you know, District 9, right? Chappie. Like Chappie, I want to mix between Chappie and RoboCop showing up 15, 20 deep, charging in there, no guns at all, just charging in there with big mech suits and stuff, and they're just stomping the fuck out of a criminal. And they get shot with shotguns and pistols. Who cares? They're going to suppress the guy inside of 10 seconds and stuff. I don't think guns are even necessary for the SWAT, really. We have such good tech now. We can give them body armor so they can just roll up in there. It's fucking flashbangs and all this other shit and fucking crazy non-lethals like bear mace and all this stuff. We could bear mace an entire apartment and probably denebulize that motherfucker inside of 8 hours and shut down the entire engagement. We can gas them, you know, all this kind of crazy things. But we don't. We let weird pigs with pistols go bashing in there, and bad problems happen. It's kind of weird. I want specialism in our police. I don't want this weird black and white patrol that busts us for doing drugs all the time. I'm sorry, but I really don't want that. I don't need that I don't need Concord to bust me. I guess I get it for DUI. I guess they do. They run patrols for DUI because we drunk and drive all the fucking time. That is because we don't have good infrastructure. That is not because people are drunk or stupid. It is because we don't have good infrastructure for public transportation. So they can't take public transportation when they need to.
Blowing a hole in a nearby wall that, at least from the
outside, we do have good, besmirching the good public transportation, but we don't have good public transportation in the rural areas and stuff. So tons of rural areas, people drink and DUI and all this stuff. DUI is a bad problem. I don't want them patrolling, however. I don't know how to solve that problem, but we need some solution to it. Like, okay, why not, instead of making them do the breathalyzer and all this other crap, why don't we just make everybody blow the breathalyzer every time they get in a car? Is that a bad solution? I don't care about that. It's my tube and, you know, and all this stuff, right? And it's coded to me. I think if we have the tech for breathalyzer, I think we should put it in every single fucking car, and the car won't fucking start if you blow fucking alcohol. Why not put a breathalyzer in every fucking car? I mean, the breathalyzer is a notoriously shaky fucking thing, but I'm fairly sure if you're going to make a $30,000 car, you can probably put an alcohol fucking test in that car before it'll turn on, you know? You have to blow, kind of thing. There's all these problems that we don't rein ourselves in on, and we just build crazy prison industrial complexes to solve. And the prison industrial complex is not the solution to DUIs and drugs. It's just not the solution to it.
Side didn't seem to be wired. Not only, for one, is that
I don't really know why we don't supply public transportation to the public. Like, honestly, like in terms of like taxis, honestly. I think we should supply 3 car rides to every American so they can get to church or school or work 3 times every day. They can go to school in the morning, they can go to school in the afternoon, and we got paid government drivers to just make sure that all the American public is getting where they need to go, to school, to work, to being productive and all this shit. I don't know why DUIs are fucking necessary. Now, I assume I sound like a communist when I say such things, but actually I'm talking about I'm talking about very capitalism. I'm talking about paid government workers that make sure that our citizens get to their doctor's appointments, to work, to the hospital, or to see their family in prison because you locked everybody up in prison. I mean, I don't really know why we seem to think poverty is necessary in this country. We have so much money, we just let them stuff it all away in bank accounts. It's weird. We shouldn't have. All that money that sits in those rich people's bank accounts and stuff, it could easily pay for taxi rides we could easily like spruce up the taxi industry to take care of the public at large. I mean, I know because I used to ride. I have saved several people's lives in my lifetime. One time I drove a man. I called up 911 and I called 911 and I ran 120 miles an hour with a goddamn police escort with a man having a heart attack in the back of my cab to the fucking local hospital here. And that's the truth. It's not some fucking story and shit. It's one of those times where I can state the 3 lives that I've saved. You might think I'm this evil asshole and stuff, but no, I've never harmed a living thing. You might think you need to stalk me or treat me badly or some shit, but no, it's quite the opposite, actually. I've saved lives and stuff. And how did I get to be in that position? I drove medical rides for 7 years. I drove medical rides, taxi rides, and I didn't take tips. I took a $10 hourly wage, and for 7 years, I drove medical rides and voucher rides. And I did stuff like carry people on my back. You know, there's an example of, oh, Skycat's such an asshole. I better go beat the shit out of him, stalk him, and abuse him all the time. But I have been a very good person in my lifetime. I've done very good things, a lot more good things than I have bad. And like honestly, you know, well, I don't know about that, but but close. And like, you know, and that's an example of like, so if I'm willing to do that, if I'm willing to throw that man on my back and take him to my fucking cab, call up 911, warn them that I'm going to be driving on the highway with a medical ride that's got to go to the fucking hospital. If you see a cab going 120, that's why, and I won't put anybody at risk, I promise. You know, it was very late at night. It was like 11:30, and I drove fast, and they were like, "We're gonna give you an escort, get him there." And I was like, "All right, cool." And that was what my boss told me to do. I was like, "Okay, you know," and so, you know, and we got that man with the heart attack to the fucking hospital and shit. Now, I don't see why that needs to be my boss, the man who has his own business. I think the government should run that business, and I think the government should make sure that that business is paid and that those drivers make like $25 an hour, so they're invested to make sure that you get where the fuck you're going. And if you got to get to school in the morning, take the ride. If you, you know, if etc. Like you know, you need to prove that you tried to take public transportation first. If you can't, then take the free government ride. Honestly, I realize that's, you know, crazy, but I want them all in hybrid cars that barely use any gasoline. I want them all government funded. I want them making sure that our sick citizens are getting to their fucking, you know, appointments in time, because that's what they're doing. You might think that what I'm talking about is some fantasy, but no, that is what we do with most of our government cheese, is we make sure that people can get to their hospital appointments and stuff. People can get public vouchers. People can get all this stuff. That is what we do. We take care of our own in America, and it's something that's really great about us, but we're also incredibly doggy dog when we don't need to be. Getting 3 fucking meals to every single fucking child in this country, getting a place to sleep that's safe, where what's that lyric from that one song by by Ellie Goulding, where she's like, I think back to that time when my brother and my sister slept in an unlocked place, like that. We don't need unlocked places for our kids anymore. The greed and the fucking problems in this country have taken over. We don't need to be. We are a very loving community. We have 700 million people, and only like 30,000 of them die from gun deaths every year. You know, if you really think about that, that is like 1/700th millionth or whatever it is. It's like a little bit less. It's like 1/350 millionth of our people are actually bad actors. The rest of us are really good, but we don't take care of each other at all. We don't make sure that the maternity leave is there. We don't make sure that the retirement is there. We don't make sure that Social Security is there. We don't make sure that we do make sure that the food stamps are there, I would say, but the Republicans always try to dismantle that all the time because they seem to be going the other direction.
Because if the entire room is rigged to blow, blowing up a wall will probably not be good. But also, the news got a hold of this theory and reported it during a broadcast which Tony was watching. So Tony begins to freak out and tell them that they can't do this, that he'll
I'll shoot him.
Richard right away, and the police have to drop that idea.
Yep. You don't be thinking it. Don't be thinking it. I don't like one fun bit.
Wait a second. Tony, wait. Tony.
And from the day and night, February the 8th, to the day and night of February the 9th, this just continues. Tony didn't keep Richard at the end of the shotgun for the entirety of the standoff. He would often take Richard to the bathroom and chain him to the toilet. Because again, it's not like the police can do anything even when the dead man's line isn't attached, because they're afraid the apartment's going to blow up. And apparently through this entire standoff, Tony and Richard would just talk to each other.
Yeah, why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? Why did you make me do this to you? Why did you foreclose or whatever the fuck you did? And notice that he's holding it back. He's holding back what it is. Wendigoon is very good at his arts. He's holding back what it is like a secret. And we all want to know what it is. What did this guy do?
This was being reported by negotiators and people like Jimmy, Tony's brother, who were on the other side of the apartment door. But Tony and Richard would just talk at length about their life. They would talk about their business. They would talk about growing up. At one point, Tony cried while talking to Richard about his own mother. But then at other points, Tony would explode, and he would slap Richard, and he would yell and shout, and the police thought he was going to shoot him at any minute. The second night, Tony wouldn't take Richard off of the dead man's line, and the two of them fell asleep at the kitchen table with the mechanism still hooked up to both. And somehow, in their sleep, the gun never went off. That had to be such a bizarre moment. You are sitting there, for Richard at least, you are sitting there with a man holding...
And exhaustion holds in. You know, exhaustion seeps in. Oh, God.
12-gauge shotgun to your face for hours.
Why did this need to go on as long as it did?
And hours on end. And it's one of the most tense, frustrating moments of your life. And he's crying about his mom. Again, if it wasn't for Richard keeping a cool head, it seems that every now and then him and Tony would get into a verbal altercation, and anytime Tony would get a little too upset, Richard would just stop because, you know, Tony's calling the shots. If it wasn't for Richard keeping his cool, he would have been shot right in that apartment building. Okay, well, you're probably thinking, all right, Tony has Richard tied to the end of a shotgun, and he's in Tony's apartment. What does Tony want? And it turns out that all Tony wanted was an apology and $5 million. More specifically, Tony had a very long list
$5
of
million.
He wanted Meridian Mortgage and ML Hall to admit, and $5 million that he said.
Oh my
was
God!
the
Get a
damages
lawyer.
he was owed. We will get specifically to what
Get
these
a lawyer, you
accusations are
idiot.
in a minute because Tony is going to make it very clear for us. In the meantime, the police were trying to game plan a way to take down Tony. For one, they can't get him while he's in the apartment. They have to lure him out somehow. And after Tony and his lawyer had sent over this list of demands to Meridian Mortgage, they figured that was a perfect way to lure him out. At the beginning of this ordeal, an FBI profiler showed up and began to make a psychological report of Tony. This was also so early into FBI profiling that several of the police officers who were on site never heard of profiling before. The profiler pointed out that the most important thing is Tony needs to feel like he's in control, because if at any point he feels like he's not in control, he may do something drastic to get it back. So once Meridian Mortgage says that they are willing to admit to the things Tony wants them to admit to, the police say, why not give him an audience? So in the lobby of the apartment complex, they set up a series of cameras and news reporters ready to go, effectively building Tony a stage. And they tell him that whenever he's ready, he can come down and speak to the audience at home and tell them exactly what he has to say. And at the same time the police are doing this, they are figuring out the best way to kill him. Kaufman had noticed, if you'll remember, he's the police officer who Tony had stolen his handcuffs and cop car. Kaufman had noticed when standing close to Richard and Tony that there was a little bit of slack in the dead man's line right at the neck where it was tied to Richard. So the police theorized that if someone could shove the shotgun against Richard's body where the barrel is laid against him and pointing straight up, it may be just enough where the shot wouldn't hit him. Now, not only is this incredibly risky, because for one, that's a lot of ifs if you can get the gun to that angle, but even if you do, people's heads aren't perfectly flat on all sides of their body. There's a little bit of overhang, you know, like the back of your skull and your face. So even if you get the barrel to aim up, that's no promise you're not going to blow the back of Richard's head off. Also, for this to work, Tony needs to be super dead. Like, he needs to be dead and his hand completely limp on the gun before you can push the barrel up and hope that the gun doesn't go off beforehand. The police were so serious about this that they consulted with several doctors about what is the quickest medical way to kill Tony, to which the consensus was put a barrel to his brainstem and pull the trigger, and at that exact moment someone else grabbed the shotgun and shoved it up against Richard's body.
No!
So the police developed a signal. If whoever was standing behind Tony reached for his handkerchief and pulled it out to be seen, That meant it was the go for the guy behind Tony to pull a pistol and shoot him in the back of the head, the other one to shove the shotgun up against Richard. So with the police having their secret trap in mind and Tony having a lot to say, Tony agrees to step out in front of the cameras. An interesting point leading up to this is the fact that the authorities kind of didn't know what to do. Because of this, there is an almost refreshing amount of honesty coming from everyone in charge.
Is there any reason not to do it? Hell, I don't know. Okay. If there's any reason not to, I've never done this before.
The authorities crowd around the stage where Tony is set to come out, and when Tony does come out, they just kind of stand there. All of the local stations in Indianapolis suddenly cut to the live broadcast of Tony Kuritzitz. Tony comes out furious and yelling and has a sheet of paper that he is ready to read off.
Turn the damn cameras on. I'm going to show you something. Read that, pal. Read it.
This sheet of paper was the response from Meridian Mortgage and ergo the Hall family, basically giving in to Tony's list of demands, which again is an apology. Tony wants Meridian Mortgage to admit to what they supposedly did to him. And when Richard begins to read off the paper, Tony gets upset that Richard isn't doing it right and takes the paper from him.
February 10th, 1977. This statement is being made to try and state the items that Mr. Kuritzis alludes to as being the illegal...
Hold it, I want this thing understood. I'll read it.
So Tony reads out his list of 7 allegations to Meridian Mortgage, which, according to the paper, Meridian Mortgage has admitted to. So what are those 7 allegations? Well, if you remember, all of this started because Tony took out a $130,000 loan in order to buy a 17-acre piece of property in Indianapolis that would be converted into a commercial site. The first allegation is that a buyer by the name of Roscoe was interested in Tony's site. This is assumedly the individual who was going to put a strip mall or some kind of business front on the property. And Tony alleges, and the Hall family admits on paper, that they showed other sites to Roscoe after Roscoe said he was interested in Tony's location. The second allegation is that another potential buyer by the name of March had the same thing happen. He came and looked at Tony's site, and then Meridian Mortgage showed him other sites as well. The third is the exact same allegation, but with a company called Standard Grocery. The fourth is that a restaurant was going to put a business on Tony's land, but according to the statement by Meridian Mortgage, they did not find the terms agreeable. Tony, of course, takes offense to this because he doesn't care what's agreeable to Meridian Mortgage, as he feels the land is supposed to be in his own interest. It's at this point that Tony kind of goes on a tangent and says he was going to set up a deal with whoever decided to put property on the land, that he would make $100,000 a year as well as 10% of any profits over $1 million, which of course would amount to a lot of money, especially if a successful business is planted at Tony's location. The fifth is that First Federal Savings and Loan Association admits to killing the loan that Tony had taken out, essentially saying that the loan association was taking the loan from Tony or demanding payments early or trying to set up a situation that he couldn't end up making payments so that they could later seize the property as it would be worth more money than Tony paying off the loan itself. And while you may hear that and think that's horrible, remember this is them agreeing to something that is written on paper while the director of the company has a shotgun held on him. The sixth point is that Meridian Mortgage admits that it is improbable that Tony would ever make the payment in the first place, essentially saying that they set him up for failure. And then finally, the seventh point is that ML Hall accepts full responsibility for the current financial situation that Tony finds himself in. So, is any of that legitimate? And honestly, we'll probably never know. From Tony's perspective, Tony took out a loan on a piece of property that there were potential buyers for, but then Meridian Mortgage shows the buyers other properties, meaning Tony cannot make payments on the loan he has for a prime real estate location, meaning eventually Meridian Mortgage would seize the property. Effectively saying the mortgage company set Tony up for failure so that they could benefit by him losing his investment. Looking at it from the other point of view, Tony did a very risky move by using what money he had to put a down payment on a property and then taking out a $130,000 loan, and then doing all of that off of the word from some business owner that he might put a location at that property. What it sounds more likely to me happened is that Meridian Mortgage was the supplier and, co-owner of a lot of different land locations around the city. So whenever an investor or potential businessman would come to Meridian Mortgage, they just showed them multiple locations, Tony's being one of them. But from Tony's perspective, it looks like anyone who might be interested in his property is pulled away by other properties that Meridian Mortgage has a hand in. And also, as mentioned, Tony had taken this loan out 4 years earlier, and ML Hall had given Tony 2 years worth of extensions. I don't know Meridian Mortgage, I don't know the Hall family. From everything I know about Richard Hall, he seems to be a very upstanding man. But again, I don't know. Businesses are often businesses and will, prioritize business and income over other stuff. But from everything I've seen, they were completely fair to Tony, and even more than fair, giving him extension after extension. It seems to me like Tony made a bad business investment, and this was his last chance. His entire life was full of a lot of mishaps, and we know the lengths he went through to get this $55,000 he used to get the land in the first place. So when this final shot falls through, of course he's going to be upset. But at least to me, it doesn't seem like Meridian Mortgage, and especially Richard Hall, was at all responsible. But of course the audiences at home didn't know about any of this. They just saw a very angry man who said a loan company was taking advantage of him. That's all they needed to hear. Also, as Tony is reading out this list of demands, he is very erratic. He is calling out to people around him. He's demanding people bring him water. He is talking to people on the police force that he knows. And then after he reads these 7 points, the tone shifts dramatically. Tony then starts to thank several family members. He starts to ask for his brother to come up to him again. He starts to apologize to his friends and family that he had to go through this in the first place, and at one point even seems that he starts to cry.
My aunt's in Akron, Ohio, and my cousins, and some damn good Greek friends in the state of Florida, and some people I was in the Army with in New England. And I want them to know that, by God, I was right. I also have to apologize to this man's family.
I believe him.
I'm sorry I humiliated this man this way.
Yeah.
Even though he must have surely had it coming.
Yes, he must have surely had it coming.
The people who were present at this conference said it was these moments of the standoff that were the most tense of any part of it. Because now Tony has laid out his list of grievances, he's effectively done everything he came here to do, and now he's super emotional and doesn't really have anywhere to go. So if there was ever a time for him to take Richard's life, it would be right now. As a matter of fact, it was during this time that a lot of the broadcasting networks...
No, he was a good
killed
man,
live
probably.
recording in case
It sucks.
something were to
I don't think
happen.
murder was ever going to
Instead, they
happen.
started recording on their cameras. It was so tense, in fact, that Police Chief Bill Fisher, who was the man with the handkerchief, if you'll remember that's the signal to kill Tony that I mentioned earlier, Fisher had reached into his jacket pocket to grab the handkerchief on 3 different occasions during this live press conference, but each time got scared and pulled his hand away. That is how close the situation came to having someone shot on live television. And again, as mentioned earlier, Richard is incredibly calm, or at least as calm as can be imagined. I mean, he looks worried, but who wouldn't be? Richard is incredibly calm through this entire thing, and that is what made the difference. So Tony has gotten part of what he wanted. He wanted an apology and a public admittance of guilt on behalf of the Halls and Meridian Mortgage. Well, there were 2 other things Tony wanted on top of that. One of them was the aforementioned $5 million, which he felt was damages of what he could have earned, plus, the trouble that Meridian Mortgage had put him through, as well as immunity to the crimes he committed over the course of this whole event. So during the press conference, Tony's lawyer comes forward and says that the DA has agreed to the immunity terms. And with this, Tony says he is willing to let Richard go. However, regardless of what the district attorney has written, the police are still fully intent on arresting Tony. I mean, if nothing else, the guy is incredibly erratic. There's no telling what he'll do next. And in case something bad goes down in the course of the arrest, which the police plan to do as soon as Tony unhooks Richard, the police want to move Tony away from the lobby of the apartment. So someone suggests that it's kind of stuffy in the lobby, why don't they move to a cooler room? And Tony, now calmed down since he's basically got everything he wanted, agrees. So Tony, Richard, and the police move out of the view of cameras and into a back room of the apartment building. And it is there in front of the police officers that after 63 hours, Tony finally unhooks Richard. Now, none of this is recorded on video, but there were audio recordings taken at the time that were still rolling that caught the audio tape of this.
Bring a Dutchman. Come on, guys. Second room. Let's go to Cokes or something. Yeah, the Cokes and a phone.
Tony, for the most part, seems much more calm now, apologizing to Richard, saying he didn't want to have to do it, but he had to get what he was owed, blah, blah, blah.
Look what I tell you. I stuck one of these in your ear for 3 days, and you had one in mine for 4.5 years. I'm sorry, man.
But then, Tony does something kind of erratic, if, you could believe it. Earlier, someone had made a comment, I don't know who, but someone had mentioned in earshot of Tony that they don't think the gun's even loaded. So to prove that the gun is loaded, Tony kicks open the back door of the apartment complex, sticks the shotgun into the air, and fires.
Tony, there's been people out there. People out there.
Now, to all of the news broadcasters who were witness to this event, all they saw was Tony and Richard go into a back room and then they hear a gunshot. So immediately, everyone thinks Richard's dead. The moment Tony fires that gun, he is tackled by several police officers, and on the night of February the 10th, Tony Kritzis is arrested. The DA steps over to the cameras, announces that he's been arrested, that Richard is safe, and all is well. Now, if you remember, the DA had made an official deal to Tony.
And the cops did well. I would say it's one of those times the cops did amazing.
That agreement was contingent
cops were great.
upon the prosecution office's approval, which is a legal loophole to say, yes, they complied with Tony's demands and gave him immunity.
How did you do that? Oh no, I fell all the way.
However, it did its job by getting Tony to calm down and take the gun off of Richard. So while Tony is in jail, he is immediately furious at his lawyer for taking a deal that was never supposed to be followed up on, and Tony lucks into a really good lawyer. A lawyer who decides to use the insanity plea. In other words, the argument is Tony cannot be held responsible for his actions because he was not mentally competent to be responsible for his actions during the crime. So over the course of this trial, a ton of character witnesses are brought to the stand to testify about their experiences with Tony. Several family members, this is where stories of Tony kidnapping his sister, stories of his abusive childhood start to circulate. And after a trial lasting several months, in November of 1977, the trial was coming to an end. The jury was in deliberation for 2.5 days, and the count slowly shifted one way. For those that don't know, in the United States, a 12-member jury has to unanimously decide on guilty or not guilty. If the jury cannot come to an agreement, you get what's called a hung jury, and effectively the case has to go into retrial. So while the jury's in deliberation, the first count comes out that they are 6-6 for guilty and not guilty. And then slowly, over the course of the next couple days, it shifts to 7-5, 8-4, 9-3, but no one knows which way it's shifting. Finally, after 2.5 days, on November the 9th of 1977, the jury comes to a decision. And that decision is...
The form of the verdict is, we, the jury, find the defendant, Anthony G. Kritzis, not guilty by reason of...
Wow.
That is right. Not guilty.
Wow.
Now, if you're like me, you heard this initially and were like, what? Because, okay, so by modern legal standards, I don't think there is any way this would have happened. Not only is the insanity defense a very, very tricky one to pull off, because you have to prove that the individual was not responsible for their actions, which normally only happens if there's an intense history of mental illness, and if there doesn't really seem to be a lot of resolve or dedication to the crime being committed, and none of that applies to what happened with the kidnapping of Richard Hall. Sure, Tony was always mad and short-tempered, but that is a far cry from not being, responsible for his actions. Well, in 1977, at least in Indiana, the laws around the insanity defense were a little different. See, at the time, if the defense argued not guilty by reason of insanity, the burden of proof was not on the defense, but instead the prosecution. This meant that if the defense says our client is insane, the prosecution has to prove that they are in fact sane. And every expert who came forward and psychologically evaluated Tony said that Tony definitely was in a sort of manic state, and that he's certainly unstable. And even though they never explicitly said he was insane, there was a lot of information that leaned away from the prosecution proving that he definitely was sane. And also the way that the law read is if he was insane at the moment of the crime. And while you can see how that would maybe work sometimes with like crimes of passion or people in the heat of the moment who attack and kill someone, that does not at all apply to Tony. Tony had organized his apartment into the office so he could plan out the attack. He had wired the place with explosives or the firebomb. He had made the whole design of the shotgun and the wire. He had even gone to Meridian Mortgage on visits before to say that he was going to get surgery on his arm so that they wouldn't think it's suspicious when he showed up with an arm sleeve. Or I guess an arm sling. A lot of arms have sleeves, so a sling. You know what I mean. It is absolutely insane to me that this worked, but somehow it did. So now all Tony had to do was go through a psychological evaluation, and if it was determined that Tony was no longer insane, or in other words, no longer a threat to society, he was to just be released. However, and I guess it's kind of poetic that it would be Tony's own hand that caused this, Tony refused to have a psych evaluation. So because of that, he was held in contempt of court and eventually transferred to multiple mental health facilities for 11 years. Meaning that Tony basically could have gone free if he passed a psych evaluation. But because of his own stubbornness and not wanting to get one done, he was held in contempt. And it took 11 years for the state to say that they can't prove he's a danger to society and had to let him out. So even though he got the one verdict in the one situation at the one point in history that would have meant no time in jail or a mental health facility, he ended up doing 11 years in mental health facilities. This was such a controversial point in legal systems at the time that it was because of the Tony Kritzitz case, as well as the John Hinckley Jr. case, the guy who shot Ronald Reagan, that Indiana, as well as several other states, changed the rulings on the not guilty by reason of insanity argument to switch the burden of proof onto the defense rather than the prosecution, which is pretty much how we got it today. So the reason that that legal argument is the way that it is, for a large reason, is because of this story. This also changed a lot of the ways that news stations and media would deal with live broadcasting sensitive events like this. Not only are they now more hesitant to do it because what would have happened if Richard would have been shot on live television, but also it worked out in Tony's case, but typically it's not a good idea.
Yeah, but typically it doesn't.
And threatening to kill someone.
Typically it doesn't.
To give them what they want, and in this case what Tony wanted was a live platform. Also, another side effect of giving someone like Tony Kritzitz a platform is you let him shape a narrative. And for an example of how that can be a bad thing, look at Richard Hall. Richard was at an Indiana Pacers game when the not guilty verdict was announced. Because it was like the biggest story in Indianapolis at the time, the not guilty verdict was announced live at the game and the whole crowd cheered. Because again, to these people, Tony was seen as the little guy who was fighting against the powers that be. When as mentioned earlier, that doesn't seem to be the case. Or at least not entirely the case.
Oh, imagine not if he's getting a $100,000 loan. No, he's a middle-class dude.
Everyone cheer when the guy gets off for it. Right after Richard was freed, he gave one press conference with his wife and then disappeared from the public eye completely. The only interview he gave for years was to a high school student who was doing a report about it for an end of the school year project. All he told her was that he doesn't want to talk about it. And it seems that this situation ate Richard up for years. It doesn't help that in the years following this, his father would die, Meridian Mortgage would shut down, and he would go through a divorce. He says for a long time, being a man in the 1970s, he didn't think he was supposed to be emotional about it. The only counseling he sought was from the assistant pastor at his church, and even then not for long. He remarked on one occasion that his 7-year-old daughter
righteous is righteous.
Shortly after this entire event took
I feel
place.
my anger is
and
righteous.
The 7-year-old daughter said that one of her classmates' parents said they wished Tony blew Richard's head off. And I mean, imagine living with that for this long, and the narrative is completely framed against you. How do you, as the big business owner, try to seem like a human in the public eyes after that? One day, Richard said that his son had told him that he didn't want the world to view his dad as a wimp, and he wished his father would give his side of the story. So 40 years after the incident, in 2017, Richard Hall published a book, Kritzitz and Me, telling his side of the tale. And it's because of this book we get a lot of the accounts of what happened in that apartment room when there were no cameras present. And it seems that through this, at least from the interviews that Richard would give, again now 40 years after the event, that he found some kind of peace.
That I looked in Kritzitz's eye early on,
And I thought to myself, how can God allow somebody to get so angry? He had a wild look in his eye.
And in May of 2022, Richard Hall would pass away at the age of 87. Tony had died some years prior. He passed away in 2005 at the age of 72 from natural causes. And for what it's worth, it can be frustrating that he didn't serve time. Well, even though he technically did serve time because he wouldn't admit to a psyche valve. But for what it's worth, Tony never did anything like this again, as far as I know. At least officially, he never reoffended. And with that, we have the end of a hostage situation that changed the legal system and media broadcasting forever. So what's there to say about it? It was really weird.
Yeah, it's weird. I like it.
Videos,
I like it was how it was not dark. It wasn't dark. It was a really positive ending.
Because of this or whatever. But honestly, the only reason I want to talk about this story is it was really strange and not a lot of people have. I saw while researching this that Count Dankula had made a video, I think at this point like a couple months ago. And other than him, that is like the only high-profile YouTuber I've seen cover it. I'm sure there are others, but this is just a really weird story that I don't think gets talked about enough.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to talk about it. And if you wanted to take some moral lesson from it, maybe something about, you know, don't listen to someone who tells you a story just because you want it to be true, because I don't believe a lot of what Kuritzit said. And if you do, that's your own prerogative. But yeah, just there's two sides to every story, basically. And both sides of this one were really strange. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you got something out of this. Hopefully you feel a bit more knowledgeable about Indianapolis crime lore now than you did at the beginning of the video. And if you did, that's great. And I just want to say thank you for watching.
Wow, his advice about...
really strange. There's so many weird little details around it too. I didn't even get into just because I wanted to keep the narrative going. Like, for example, after the trial was over, the jury had a sort of cookout that they had flyers for.
Look, I think I did it.
Which is just weird. Like, I guess it's just because I'm so used to seeing trials and stuff in the media that are like somber, and then afterwards everyone tries to remove the trial from their lives. But here it's like, let's go have a party. The only other time I remember reading about something like that is during David Koresh's first arrest in the whole Waco video. He invited the jury over to his place for ice cream.
I did it.
That's the only thing that I've ever read that's even remotely close to this. It's so weird. Oh, another point I forgot to mention. It's not a huge point, but another thing.
Oh my God!
Tony had prior planning to all of this, as if you didn't need proof enough, is he had like a week's worth of groceries stocked up in his apartment. So this guy was ready to hold out for as long as it took to get what he wanted. But not guilty, I guess. Anyway, whatever. You watch the video.
Wow.
You can come to your own conclusions. And hopefully I got to tell you something about it you hadn't heard before. Maybe even you haven't heard of this case at all before, like I had when an FBI agent told me to look into it. Life is strange. But for real, thank you.
I don't want to fall. I don't want to fall.
Thank you for sticking around.